Ah, Wolfgrad, well done. Let me update the board. That's a first. I don't know why I'm doing the announcer voice. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. The water's being weird here, so I made cafetiere style. So yeah, I'm sipping my coffee finally. Getting my stuff together. J-Post, Watto and welcome, and thank you. Okay, that puts you for tied second with Caffeine and Fearless, but Lizzie is still in the lead. And just in case you ever want to see the current status. Well, you see, that's the thing, Wolfcrad. You gotta bide your time. And Dustin, Watto and welcome. How are you feeling? Come on in, friends. Come on in. I've been dealing with IRL stuff, so I am catching up on the hot sheets as we speak. And honestly, it seems to be nothing really massive industry side, which is lovely. And it was Xbox Partner Showcase, which has a few bangers. Okay, it's not abiotic factor in the craft and survival sense, but I will say Firebreak's looking amazing. So it turns out we were promised that there was going to be a co-op shooter based as like an off-spin of Control. And I was kind of curious as to how they were going to do it. I was worried it would be a little dull, a little dated. You know, the clip we saw was kind of interesting at a glance. And what they have shown us today looks glorious. It is wacky, makeshift. The best way I can describe Firebreak is currently, what if all of the fucking janitors who got stuck in the oldest house were like, fuck this bullshit, we're fixing it. It's practical people dealing with impossible situations. Like, alright, fuck it. Give me a gun. We're out of guns. Okay, I'm gonna duct tape a paint can to a fucking high pressure coil. Let's go. We'll just fucking deal with it. And I like that. And Wolfcrad, good to hear. Good to hear. My cough's almost gone. Almost. I had a couple of I call healthy moments today. And Subnautica 2 did get properly announced. There's now a Steam page. And yes, it is going to be 4-player co-op. They're going to be doing early access into main launch, so we'll have a talk about it how we want to do it. Like, do we want to do like an early access binge, then wait, then play it at launch? Or do we want to wait until version 1, that we've done with the previous Subnautica games? And then we can basically play it through solo, and then have an excuse to play it through with friendos later? I don't know. It's something to talk about. Like, Subnautica is kind of baked into the Longship's DNA. So whatever we decide to do, I want to do it right. Excuse me. There's also some more Alan Wake DLC discussed, including the Lake House, which looks like, in the same way that Control had crossover DLC with Alan Wake's having crossover DLC with Control. And when we finally do get around to playing Alan Wake, it's going to be glorious. Yeah, Dustin, we all have that moment when the dam breaks. Well, so Wolfcrad, I was kind of under the impression that that's how Below Zero was being treated, but apparently their regard for Below Zero is kind of like a standalone expansion almost. Video game naming conventions are getting weird. You know, back in my day, everything had a sensible name due to how it was sold. Now it's all iggledy-piggledy. But I'm also not going to complain about getting more Subnautica. But honestly, I think I've said this multiple times, what I'd love is for them to bolt Subnautica 1 and... so the original and Below Zero into like one big chunky biome. That's what I want. But I think it's because I want an excuse to drive the Cyclops around. Subnautica. You proud of that one? You proud of that one, Dustin? You could get that one on the inside, but no. You had to inflict it upon us. But anyway, I hope you're all doing splendid, friends. After yesterday and getting everything sorted, I did end up going for a bevy, and I had a lovely little evening. It's much needed. You know, I didn't realise how indoors I had gotten until I was exposed to other humans. And yeah, they were fucking with the water today, which thankfully didn't last as long as they said it was going to. But water's coming out of the pipes weird. So I'm hoping it'll be all settled by this evening so I can have a fucking bath or something. Aeon, what and welcome. Lance, greetings. Other humans, they give true. That's a great title for a book. And yeah, Dustin, like, I'm glad I got to take you to Skull because it is one of my favourite places in, like, the Seattle area. It's also a great one because, like, it doesn't matter if your friendos are foodies, drinkers, or just want to hang someplace nice. Like, everyone's having a good time. Oh, and Dice Goddess, what and welcome. Come on in, come on in. Actually, that reminds me. I didn't check on my, the person who was asking me about art and whatnot. Okay, they have not responded, and that's okay. Wobertide, anyone who fucking messages me on threads. The blue sky's been jumping off, which is quite lovely. And the Holy Glee, a good time zone to you too. So today's not going to plan. Not awful. You'll notice that I have my coffee, I'm in good spirits, I am doing well. Unlike with the Forever Winter, I'm not quite as heartbroken. Like, Mech Warrior is a big part of my life, but I don't feel the need to leap on it, to claw for it, this moment, like this exact moment, right? I'm a little sad that we're not going to be doing MW5 Clans today. I won't lie, but I'm not short on games. Like, we can do mechs, we can do indie mechs, we can do indie nonsense, we can do nonsense. Like, whatever we feel like today, friends. We are not short of stuff. Sorry, my little train of thought just dropped out of me noggin there. But yeah, so I'm not going to sit around being, you know, sad boy mode. Well, so on Holy Glee, that might not be a bad shout, doing another little snippet of Next Fest, because there are a few Next Fest games I didn't get to show you. The one where you're a house trying to date other houses. You know, one of the ones from Summer Games Fest that we loved. And there was a bunch of others. Like, yes, Lance. Houses dating other houses. It's a really cute game, and I'm desperately trying to remember the name of it. I will say that Steam Next Fest is succeeding. It is going to need more of a, what's the term? Alright, well, for lack of a better term, a spit and polish as it continues, because this Next Fest has been awesome. Like, the sheer number of games, brilliant. It has landed at exactly the right time, and I think it's doing really well for a lot of our friendos. But I do think the design of Next Fest is going to need an update, because everyone has realised how big a win Next Fest is. So now, the event needs to reflect its success, do you know what I'm saying? Like, we talked about this on Tuesday, about how what I'd really love is like a little dance card that shows like your top 10 demos you played or something like that. And Aeon, I remember I remember Namco High also had a Homestuck cameo in, which is why a lot of people know it. But yeah, we are spoiled for interesting games, so I don't feel like I'm not worried in that regard. Yeah, see, everyone remembers that Gallagher was in Namco High. Everyone forgets that Homestuck was considered a Namco property for at least a hot second. Although, I will say that I'm starting to feel my age a little bit, just with the fact that both Metaphor and Expedition 33 have this gorgeous concept about them, and yet I'm intimidated, nay, frightened by the sheer amount of game they are putting forward. Square Peg Warhound, welcome friend! Hello, hello. You'll be all very pleased to know I gave all of my little PMC soldiers in Metal Gear Solid 5 fancy new hats and accessories. I will say, there is one game I'm very, very tempted to just jump into wholesale today because it's very indie, and only a couple of people have covered it so far, called Sniper Killer, which I know sounds like the most garbo title, and it looks like a proper, I want to say like one of those proper early chunky, like download from a website indie 3D titles, but it's made by a team who specialize in doing like lo-fi VHS horror, and I didn't realize it was out today. Hang on, here's where Will talks about a game where I could also show you it. So it's not a horror game per se, but it's got this whole like video nasty vibe to it, and it's been kind of on my radar for a while. So the idea is that you play both the sniper killer, a serial killer out on a spree, and also the detective trying to bring him to justice. So you're simultaneously the criminal and the person trying to solve it. And like, you know I love sniping games. So I'm kinda tempted. Like, you create the crime scene and then you investigate it. Like, it's kind of the playing chess against yourself conundrum. The idea that subconsciously, no matter how unbiasedly or how rationally you try and think it through, if you play both sides of a game, eventually you will favor one side over the other. I forget what it's actually called. One of you clever Mother Hubbards probably knows the correct term. But that even in a game like chess, where the only difference is like you have light and dark pieces, your mind will eventually create a side that you project onto, or that you align yourself with. That's what I was looking for. So how does that work when you are both the killer and the detective? Like, you've got to admit, that's a pretty interesting premise. Anyway, that's one of our possibilities for today. I'm just... beans. I'm gonna have to untick pre-release. I'm trying to find the name of the houses dating houses game. So this might take a second. So Chaunerus, I do agree. I preferred it back when it was one big old list, but I also acknowledge that the number of games in Steam Next Fest has probably grown beyond the point where they can do that big scroll. They also got rid of the the section in Steam Next Fest that just shows you like streams of games currently going. Okay, Lance, I do like shed all inhibitions. That's going to be the DLC for it. And Chaunus, there is. It's just going to be the Golden Idol 2, I believe. And that's what they're working on at the moment. Like, the DLC was feckin' brilliant. God. Sorry, I'm just going through my my to-be-released wish list and just reminded that Pony Island 2 is coming. I've been thinking a lot about Inscription since I was watching somebody play it, and it's like, yeah, that game's going to do me a damage. And I can't wait. Oh, Rise of the Golden Idol is the proper title. Thank you, Jonas. There's also a really cute, like, cozy detective game which is following the same premise and construction as the case The Golden Idol, which I think is real cool. Sorry, as I've told you, I use my wish list as a kind of like a, it's like outsourcing my memory of upcoming games because there's too many good ones. Like this one, Tiny. Hang on. I'm just going to bring this up on screen so you can see what I'm chatting about. So like this one here, Tiny Bookshop. Like, this isn't the game I'm looking for, but look how fucking cute this is. The whole game. You stock a tiny mobile bookshop and you drive around and you sell books to people. How fucking brilliant is this? Look, I know I'm not saying anything like super controversial, but I just want to take another moment to appreciate where we are in video games. Because, you know, a lot of the big discussions are around, you know, shooty gun bang, extraction, service shooters, and what have you. And sure, yes, a lot of the conversations do end up being focused around those big titles, but this is what games is doing. This title right here does not give a hot fuck about, you know, the current state of microtransactions, monetization. This is fucking great. And holy glee, I will find the name of the Golden Idol but cozy. It's being published by the same publisher that's putting out the Golden Idol, so the intent is intentional. The intent is intentional. Cool. Let's just pretend what I said was an actual sensible sentence. Okay. Hang on. Yeah, I'm probably going to pick up.
If a medium can speak with spirits, what can we do with one at large?
We put salt around the doors and windows, and we fucking hope is what we do. Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. How are you doing? And friends, I will say I was considering the other game we were going to play today was Gundam Breaker 4, and I'm in two minds about it. One, hey, cheers to you. A Unitax, that's 6 years of subs. I haven't found a cool or clever or pithy way to express that. It's mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling. Empires have risen and fallen in the time you have been subbed to the Longship. Just think about that. No, so one of the other games I was considering for today was Gundam Breaker 4, and it's not bad. Like, it is a good game, but it's very, like, Dynasty Warriors hack and slash, which is tons of fun, but I don't know. I don't think I could be a good host and play that today. Does that make a weird sense? Like, I don't think I could do the game justice, and I think I would just melt into a puddle of non-communication. I'd just be sitting here just drooling from the side of my mouth. Which is fine. Oh, Janet Demori is a slumlord and a witch. Cannot wait for that game. It's going to be fucking brilliant. That's the next game by the team who made Queer Man Peering into a Rockpool.jpg. Sniper Resistance, Excel. Oh yes, Hotel Galactic. That looks real good. In fairness, nothing on my playlist, my wish list, nothing on my wish list is bad. Roman Sands. I'm going to be on it like a car bonnet. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Buildings Dating Buildings game. And Hoffers, what and welcome. I feel like tonight is about indie nonsense, do you know what I mean? Again, Gundam Breaker 4 is supposed to be very good, and, you know, now I've got the little guy. And also, I don't know if I mentioned this, but the friendo from Bandai Namco that sent me that asked me if there was anything from the Gundam pop-up at New York Comic Con that I might like. And I was like, well, like, don't go out of your way, but here's the 2 Gundams I would have gotten if I hadn't been sick and I've been able to go to the Redmond pop-up. And he fucking got me one and sending it. I'm like, ooh, you can't stop being nice to me. Like, keep being nice to me, I'm not going anywhere. And Biggs, what's and welcome. Oh, yes. So, Lance, we could do Secret Agent Wizard Boy. The, what was it? Gustepi Strong Boy. Oh, what is it? The Briefcase of Meatballs. Look, anything that flips a middle finger to Hogwarts Legacy is immediately has my axe, you know what I mean? And Nick, how you healing up, friend? And yeah, Lance, I saw Chorby playing Fish Fear Me, which is kind of interesting. And Scarlet Deering is good. The conversation that we were having was better than the game, and that's not the game's fault. Fancy Kingdom, Backrooms the Project. Beyond the Stars does look incredible. I don't know if this is on your feed, friends, but this is a hex grid civilization builder that takes place on the back of a gigantic intergalactic star whale. Like, look at that. How fucking cool. Once again, friends, this is what video games are doing. Like, Nick with antibiotics are awesome. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. Well, Nick, I was going to check the Metacritic score on antibiotics before I started them, but you know, I'll take a recommendation. Have you seen the trailer? I think I'm funny. Subliminal. I'm definitely going to be over that one because it basically looks like Pools 2. Full Fathom is going to fuck me up. We all know this. Which one's Space Gears? Oh, RTS Mechs. Oh, I do like that the sequel to Fights in Tight Spaces is going to be called Nights in Tight Spaces. That's making me very happy. Okay. No, Evil Geek, like, thank you for the recommendation. And here's the thing, like, if I'm picking up to play myself, I don't have the downtime to get stuck into it. And also, like, it is a $60 title, which jumps up to about, like, what is it, like, $75, $80 if I want to get this tall drink of water to play as. Biggs with PC Gamer gave antibiotics 6 out of 10. For reference, they gave leprosy 8.5. Why do you not hang out here if you're actually funnier than me? I don't understand this. Thank you. God, Rara Boom. I haven't seen them in ages. OneWay.exe. And again, friends, the reason I'm scrolling through this, I'm desperate to find this fucking game. Oh, I know Trash Goblin's got a demo out in Steam Next Fest, which I love the concept of it. Like, what's the premise? You're a little goblin, and you... Hey! Whoever that was that gifted the sub to Unholy Glee, thank you. Oh shit, Unitax. You got the Yalden. What will you do with this power? Breathage 2 might be amazing. Okay, Eclipsium. Doggy don't care. Basically, the The little Pomeranian game, but expanded to being a full title. And whoever it was that gifted a sub to Evil Geek as well. That's real cool of you. Like, the ads on this here website are not good. Let's see. Oh, While Waiting definitely does have a demo out, and it's supposed to be very, very interesting. Dreamcore, again, very similar to Pools. Heartlander, no. Vaporwave Pinball. And, okay, whoever is in House Carl that is on a fucking hunting spree, 1, thank you. 2, hunting from the shadows, I see. No, but seriously, thank you. You have made it so that Biggs, Evil Geek, and Unholy Glee will not have to deal with terrible Twitch ads for at least another year. Year? Month. The fucking time travel. Okay. Slowly sliding ducks, we got that. Oh, and placid plastic deck. That's gonna be fucking good. What do you mean Will's getting distracted trying to find a game and is just talking about stuff on his wish list? What? No. Come on. Oh, normal fishing. That's gonna be fucking brilliant. I think most of these I have talked your ear off about at some point or another. I know I definitely mentioned the Tokyo Extreme Racer, which is the team behind Tokyo Highway Challenge and a whole slew of mostly Japan-only street racing games that I loved when I was a youngling. Biggs, I have seen Keep Driving. We did a little stream of it with our next fest on Tuesday, but I broke the demo. But it's by the same people that did Post Void, so I'm already there. Oh, here we go. So this isn't what this isn't the first one, but this is the other. So this is published by PlayStack. Apparently they don't have a video. All right. You're cool. Okay, so this is Little Problems, a cozy detective game. And you need this one on your Rocket Docket. So this is the same gameplay as The Curse of the Golden Idol. So The Case of the Golden Idol. But it's cute, cozy shit. Like, who finished off the coffee? Who broke the coffee mug? Who forgot to feed the cat yesterday? Shit like that. Like, look at this! Look at this shit! It's so fucking cute! Like, look how fucking cute this shit is. But it's the same gameplay style as Case of the Golden Idol. And again, I think games like this are really important to point out that when you separate thematics from mechanics, the world's your oyster. Like, you know, there's nothing stopping you from making... I'm trying to think of, you know... There's nothing stopping you from making something that would be predominantly seen as a hardcore or a brutal or unforgiving type of title. It's nothing stopping you from taking the mechanics of that and giving it a wrapper that's more grounded, more wholesome, more fucking cute as shit, you know? Stardew Valley, but the gameplay is the Batman Arkham titles. Do it. A dating sim MOBA. Okay, the idea is that when you encounter another character on the lanes, that's when the dating sim part starts. Oh, you could call it top lane, bottom lane. Because with the clashes, it's who comes out on top. This is the sandwich dating game all over again. You can tell the coffee's kicking in. Okay, building relationships. Oh, fuck me running. We finally found it. All right. This is building relationships. There is a demo in Steam Next Fest. You play a cute little house, and you try and date other houses. That's it. All right. Yes, this is how you move around the world. go on a little picnic date with a tent, you know. Like, there's a fishing minigame, and you fish up, what is it? You fish up like tiny cars and shit. What's the Aeon? This goes back to what we were talking about. I forget if it was yesterday or the day before. I think it was Tuesday, but like talking about making lots of different kinds of games so you can find what you enjoy, but also what you hate. If you fucking despise animating characters, don't. Because here's the thing. Look at the, like, is there another demo or is it just, oh yeah, we've got this one as well. Okay, So if we look at the movement system on this, right? You are just a house, you move around in a chaotic, you know, nonsense manner. It is a dating game. It is charming and silly. If you wanted to make something that was action-based, you know, something with more direct kind of conflict, you could just keep the same movement system. Sure, it's not going to be like, you know, tight Ninja Gaiden fucking control schemes, but it doesn't have to be. You play a windmill with a shotgun, you roll around and blast stuff, let's fucking go. If you don't want to make people, you don't have to, right? Lance, that was... Oh, I think that was Deer Simulator. The one where you could form like a Metal Gear style mech. Wait, no. That one did have anims. Are you talking about everything? And Sturdy Kiwi, what and welcome. We haven't decided what flavour of chaos we're going to be enacting today. The TLDR, I wanted to play MW5 Clans for you. I can't play it and stream it at the same time. So, the backup game was Gundam Breakers 4, but I don't think I'd be able to... I don't honestly think I could stream that for you today and do a good job. Like, I think I would just go full incommunicado. And not because it's bad, it's just, it's a classic kind of Soulsian, fuck me running. It's a classic kind of like post-Dynasty Warriors hack and slash, which is all about unlocking pieces. So MGS5, it's a UE5 title, and they turned on all the spangly features. And I can get it to run, but I can't run it and stream. So, kind of like with the Forever Winter and stuff like that, you know. So what I am looking at, as I said, I'm looking at Sniper Killer, a VHS straight to VHS like thriller, where you play simultaneously a sniper serial killer and the detective trying to catch him. Which sounds like some David Cage wankery now that I say it out loud, but what if that but good? Like, I'm kind of digging it, but there's other stuff on my wish lists. As I said, I use my wish list basically to offset my memory of releases and whatnot. Evil Geek says Gundam Breaker 4 is a time eater. More than once they've gone, I'm just gonna make a new kit. Oh look, it's been 4 hours. Hey, I fucking love that. You know, why did I play Dynasty Warrior? Okay, I must have played it on the old 360. But yeah, the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games consumed my life. Consumed my life. So I think that's the reason why I don't want to stream that for you today, because I think I'll just turn into a monosyllabic goo paste. And unholyly, I am feeling better, right? Like, I went out last night, I had a couple of gins, I got talking to some peeps. I met somebody down the pub who used to stream a lot of like Phasmophobia, and it was really interesting talking to somebody who isn't a streamer by trade, but is knowledgeable about the space and only streams a specific kind of game, because I don't do that. And it's actually pretty rare to meet somebody who is like, no, I streamed this, and that is it. So it was just like I needed to go talk to some people that weren't Fiona or the guinea pigs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what we could also do today, friends? You know, Endoparasitic 2. We could play Nessa's latest... I don't want to say Nessa's latest work, because it's not just Nessa. But, like, you know... There's also Moving Houses, which we didn't do last week. Like, we can kind of... You know, maybe we can do, like a Longship After Dark light, you know what I mean? I'm just fucking spoiled for titles. It's a lovely problem to have. I don't want to do Apartment Story today, because I think that might be a little heavier than... Sorry, Nick's like, it was all Nessa. Nessa's Endoparasitic 2 by Nessa. We're not supposed to acknowledge that. But I've been obsessed with liminal space games this year. And so, like, Moving Houses is something that you are going to see me play, either live on stream or over on YouTube. What else has been going down? Oh, same with Lawn's Lure as well. That one I think I'm going to have to do as a YouTube video, because for any of you that even get a smidgen of motion sickness, you will probably chunder. But with Lawn's Lure, God, it has that little pop to it. So Aeon says, what would Moving Houses be as a liminal space game? Well, I've seen enough of Moving Houses to know that it fucks, like, the whole thing is it fucking with your sense of, like, scale. You know, you are a removal person moving stuff out of a home. And in the process of doing that, shit gets weird, yo. So with a house with no windows, that was moving in, this is moving out. I know that's an oversimplification, but you get what I'm saying. And I will say, I'm genuinely thinking about... what people are saying with breaking off the YouTubian stuff into its own little sphere. Someone said that with the Longship After Dark stuff, it's really hard to find because, you know, the Viking Blonde YouTube channel is everything all at once. And I'm like, that's fair. But in the same breath, like, you know... Sorry. Let me have another sip of coffee. See, we talk a lot about video game stuff. We don't talk a lot about, you know, streaming or YouTube and things like that because I am not a repeatable success in either space. And I think I've at least made this very, very clear. The Longship should not work. There is no reason why our little corner of the internet is as successful as it is. It makes no sense on paper, right? But I've run enough YouTube stuff for companies and for game studios, publishers and stuff like that to understand what I should be doing. Do you know what I mean? What I should be doing is having like a YouTube channel which is just like either long or short form content that people can discover and then they can find out that we're here and be like, hey! But it is a lot of hours in a day to set that up. And it does mean that I'm kind of required to... And yeah, Moose, it is one of the known tricks in the YouTube space. But it would mean that I would need to be producing content consistently for it. Oh, and Lagmeister, Lagmeister, I can't get mad, right? Because the Longship After Dark stuff. Hang on, let me just grab the right link. The Longship After Dark stuff is kind of just sat in a playlist. Ah, here we go. Okay, you're gonna be weird with that? Alright, well. Lagmeister, check this one out. So, I actually went through 10 bells about a month ago. And a few people saw it. Like, I really enjoyed going through it. Okay, sorry for that. Anyway, I think what my brain is desperately trying to grasp at while it careens wildly off course is that, one, it's real easy to miss stuff when it's like that. And two, it's the acknowledgement that there are things I should be doing to help more people find the Longship, and I've run out of hours in a day, you know what I mean? Like, Nick, I don't think I would be able to start doing, like, edited Let's Plays, because... And God, I wish I just started putting those out, like, as an... Sorry. The editing when doing Let's Play work is the majority of it. Like, recording for 2 or 3 hours is fine, and then having to spend, like, 10 hours chopping that all together. Even if you just do, like, a dirty YouTube edit, that still takes you, like, 2-3 hours, not counting rendering. And I'll be honest with you, my love of video editing definitely fucking died years ago. I'm trying to relearn how to use. I'm trying to learn how to use the Blackmagic one, DaVinci Resolve, because Vegas is fucking garbage these days. I really did lose the point that I was driving us to. Conversationally, this is like. I said I was going to drive us to a party, got lost in the woods, and then just kind of walked out of the car. Lon says, what are your feelings on fan edits of vids? I don't know anyone... Okay. You can't call what Deus does a fan edit. Outside of that, no, it's not really a thing that's happened. And, like, I'm fine with it. You know? I guess what I'm saying is that I talk a big game when it comes to structuring your game development in smart and sensible ways, but the very thing that I do for a living, I do not structure correctly. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, don't ask me to help you be a success in internet terms, because I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. But, I love that I get to do it. And Wolfcred... Damn it, Nick! Alright, well, I don't know. Maybe we can form, like, the I don't know, Mecha Shiva. I'll jump on your shoulders and we'll flail and somehow work out how to be an internet success. But what I will say, Wolfgrad, is we're kind of at this great point technologically where I can export a clip from Twitch and then upload it directly to TikTok and to YouTube as shorts. But that's a feature that I only use in specific circumstances, because I know some people drastically overspam it. And the other thing being, especially when you're talking about video game knowledge, it's risky. Like, it's risky putting a bite-sized snippet of games industry knowledge out there, because it will get picked apart. Because every mother hubbard and their cat thinks they know how video games should be made and how studios should be run. And the kind of people that make easily clippable bite-sized bits of info aren't always the best individuals to take advice from. Grayson, all I can tell you is that over here at HQ, I'm not seeing any dropped frames or anything. It sounds like something's doing a cheeky download in the background. And Legend, you're welcome. Like, sometimes a clip or something pops up that's just fucking brilliant, and it deserves to be shared, but it has to be good within its own, like, self-contained block. And, okay, I think the point I was scratching at was, one, I want to do more, like, cute little Let's Play stuff. I should make it into its own channel. I don't know what the fuck we would call that. And, I don't know. You know, the kind of stuff that I personally watch on YouTube these days is things like Dungeon Chill, like breakdowns plus Let's Plays of games that no one else has fucking heard of. But I don't know if that's something that I can do to the same degree. I don't know. Yakking blonde. What? Waffle Mancer par extraordinaire. I don't know. Friends, I think I'm just incoherently talking at you at this point, so I do apologise. Anyway, so what's been happening today? Microsoft Partner Showcase has given us a load of great trailers. The Subnautica one gave me the fucking heebie-jeebies, and I cannot wait to play it. I haven't decided if I'm going to play it with people first or not. Actually, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think what I'll end up doing is playing it solo first and then doing a second playthrough with friendos, because I like to take my time.
Can't stay for the evening, but wanted to share this one. Did you know that Pavlov's hair was really soft all this time? It's because they conditioned it.
Not bad, not bad. Feckin' terror. I do want to switch up our tunes, because that's a little too smooth. I don't end up in nap time. And yes, Aeon, as we all saw, Hades got a new update, new boss, and continued its lovely tradition of, I almost said, hand-voiced, of VO'd patch notes, which I love. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, yes, just that it is a thing that rattles around my noggin quite a lot. Is, and I think about ways I can do stuff better for the Longship and whatnot, but in the same breath, like, I'm running out of hours in a day. Oh god, I forgot Banquet of... Oh, Banquet of Fools is out in early access. Oh, sorry. Once again, here's Will talking about a game when I should be showing you. So Banquet of Fools came out in early access end of last month. And it is another, like, they built the 3D models physically with, like, plasticine and handcrafts, and then scanned them in using photogrammetry and made that their style. And it uses this cute kind of, like, jilted animation style to make it feel like it's stop motion. Or I shouldn't, it's not even really a stop motion it reminds me of. It reminds me of the puppet animation that's really big. Fuck. Is it something Thunderbolt? Damn it! Apparently today, Will can't remember things. Or remember how to do stuff. At a time when striking out artistically is probably one of the strongest suits that you can have, I feel like ways in which you can make your game drastically different from anyone else's visually is really important. Like, I'm not saying that you should make Cruelty Squad 2, but I am saying that Cruelty Squad's, like, really abrasive acid punk zine style definitely helped. And I don't think that's the lesson anyone really took away from Cruelty Squad. Like, the reason we're still talking about it is you can tell what it is from a fucking glance. Okay, and friends, I think we'll end up, like, maybe not voting on what tonight's game's going to be, but I think we should discuss it. Yeah, Nick, Cruelty Squad stood out, and I think that's going to become more and more and more important. Legend says, Rogue, the original. Already completed it. I've never finished NetHack, though. That game can go fuck itself. Back during the first wave of smartphones, on the old Apple smartphone, there was a port of both Rogue and NetHack, and I used to play that. I used to play that on the tube, and I managed to clear Rogue, yelled very loudly at about 9 o'clock in the morning, scaring the shit out of 2 people who were sleeping. And then I tried to do the same with, with Rogue, and then I tried to do the same with NetHack, and that game is just unfucking forgiving. Lagmeister, is it just called Thunderbird? I was only reminded of it because apparently the new season of it isn't available to stream anywhere. And I would never ever condone piracy on twitch.television. Okay. Oh, okay, so not Thunderbirds, the old TV show which used puppets and human hands. It is a new... I want to say it's Chinese, but I hate that might just be my lack of knowledge making me sound wildly ill-educated. No! Okay, so whoever that was, thank you. Also, you just got to play Kingmaker. Lagmeister, you're now the Jarl. What are you going to do with this? And Chaunerus, there was another construct your own tower title that I saw doing the rounds. What's a Lagmeister? You're a ruler. You know, you have the power that you can command, or that the populace will allow of you. And Tristan, Lotto and welcome. I'm doing real good. My brain's a little bit like, woo! But that's because I didn't get coffee in my system until about an hour ago. They were working on the water in our block of flats, so we didn't have water for most of the day. And then it started coming out of the taps real funky looking. So, thankfully, Smart Will had filled the kettle up the night before, so I made myself a cafetiere of coffee finally. The voice of the people is the voice of the dog. Aww. Amos has been a big sad boy today. He's been very, very well behaved, but he is definitely not feeling great. He's mad that I won't let him chew his feeties off. Oh, Lagmeister, thank you. Thunderbolt Fantasy. Is it produced in China? Like, I'm not being a terrible individual, right? And yeah, its animation style is... I don't know how to describe it, because it's not... It is stop motion, but it looks unlike anything else. God damn it, where's Floydo if we bloody need him? Floydo, how's this animation look? Oh, and just as an aside, so I DM'd my friend yesterday while we were streaming about VO stuff, and he got back to me in the wee hours and is totally down to join us. Okay, it's produced in Taiwan. Okay, so Lagmeister, thank you for letting me know. Oh, is he still on the animations for 2024? Okay. I try not to throw too many games at Floydo all at once, because I know I can get overexcited. And it is marionettes, alright. See, we're all learning today. But yeah, my friend who does a lot of professional VO stuff is more than down to come and chat to us at some point. And I think it'll be way cool. And mainly because, like, we have people in the Longship who have done and do professional VO. But the reason why I wanted to get Alex to chat to you all is because, like, his trajectory into professional voice acting is more common than a lot of folks, in that it was just hard graft and grind, and it took 10 years. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, Shitaru, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Sturdy, yeah. Look, it's really hard to judge how I am sometimes with people online, and I do worry that I come across as really fucking intense, you know? I kind of go through this, like, swing state of not messaging people because I worry that I pop up in their mentions like... Lagmeister has decided, as Jarl, they're giving their power to the people. We're having our first socialist Jarl. Wolfgrad, you know what? I wholeheartedly agree. Wolfgrad was saying that the feeling they got from FBC Firebreak, the control multiplayer shooter, is somebody in Remedy just kept being like, wouldn't it be fun if? And then they made something that was really that fun. It absolutely has that style to it. You know, I described it as like an abiotic factor, but I think what I meant was that it has that practical solutions to impractical problems vibe to it. It doesn't feel like we sent in the best shooty gun bangsman that the control operation had to offer, that the Bureau had to offer. It feels like the fucking janitors got left with the shitty end of the stick and were like, alright, fuck it, we're just doing this. We're solving this. All these smart bellends have only made the problem worse. We're doing, alright, what have we got? Well, we've got a wrench, one machine gun, and, I don't know, this pile of junk. Alright, we're making weapons. Alright, we'll just fucking handle this. That's the vibe it gives. Abiotic factor is the smartest people you know trying to engineer or over-engineer solutions to basic problems, which is I fucking love. But yeah, Wolfgrad, I was looking at that and just being like, it made me so happy because it really feels like the Remedy team are just getting a bunch of support to make something that's fun. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I gotta stop scratching. Yeah, and sorry for being a bit, I don't want to say smooth brain today, but definitely being a bit wavy-davy. This always happens when I make a plan for what we're going to play, and then the plan, no planning. So I always try and have like backup games, but I think today my backup game is a bad choice. So here we are. So how are you feeling vibe-wise, dear friends? Because I've got over-the-top VHS nonsense. I've got like indie quasi-immersive sim. We've got moving houses, so we can do some Longship After Dark if we want. Lagmeister says, could recreate the Gundam game with the IRL. Oh yes, it is me, the main protagonist. I've come to do a fight. Puka, puka, puka. See, I just saved $60 there. I've also got all of my fucking Battletech figures on the fucking desk, so I can be like, oh no, we could not play MW5 Clans, but I can enact it here. Pakunk, 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 pakunk. Oh, I am Clan Smoke Jaguar. You are the Inner Sphere, and you are Stinky. I win. Clans have won a lot. Roll credit. There you go. See, we saved another $60. Jobs are good. Keep it going for 2 hours. Okay, joking aside, Lagmeister, the idea of being able to do a BattleTech RP thing would be fucking awesome at some point, but that's another that's another story. Oh, Legend the Pilot's fine. It's got a helmet on. How do you type so well with those boxing gloves? I can't. Hang on. Sorry about that, friends. It was a Campbell's Chunky Soup moment. And Lagmeister, I think you're talking about Death from Above, right? I used to know some peeps who were involved in that, but that whole thing fell apart due to bad reasons. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking for the shortlist. I'm thinking... Eagle lives. What? Oh, and welcome. How are you doing, friend? So here's what's grabbing my attention this evening. So there's Sniper Killer, a schlocky straight to VHS game where we play both a sniper assassin and a detective trying to catch him. I'm looking at Moving Houses because it's spoopy, it's liminal space horror, but not in the follow. What is it? The It Follows London edition. Hey, look, Eagle lives. I miss you too, friend. I will give Amos a hug, and I hope you feel better. You know, it's that time of year where we're all getting our ass kicked by something or other. Yeah, Lagmeister. It sounds like some wanky David Cage nonsense, but like, hang on. Just for those of you that weren't here earlier, let me show you this. So this is Sniper Killer. All right, like look at this. It's made by a dev team that has been specializing in making like schlocky horror games based on, you know, those real cheap horror movies from the 80s. Like they've got a real aesthetic going. And Lance, you see, I know you'd be down for Moving Houses, which I am going to play at some point. It's just a question of, do we play it live as a group, or do I do it as a long ship after dark? And that's what got us talking about YouTube nonsense, where I completely lost my marbles. Good times. Now the other one that keeps coming up on my feed that I want to share with you is this one, which is Zero Protocol. It's a chunky, immersive sim in space type thing. I know Nick would fucking love this. And again, you'll notice that a lot of the games I'm focusing on today are all titles that you could make. Zero Protocol. This looks like a Nick game. It is. I might save Endoparasitic for another day because I want to give it... This is another game I really want to give it its proper dues. This is the game that Nessa worked on recently, where everything is mouse movement. Like, and if you didn't play the first one, it's so fascinating. I still haven't come up with a term that I really like for its gameplay. So the fact that the UI is also gameplay, that like to reload your gun, what you have to do is open up the menu and then physically load each shell into it. But it's not a representation of IRL nonsense. So it's not actually simulating how these weapons work, but it is part of the gameplay mechanics. So it's not like diegetic, it's, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't come up with a good term to describe the menu gameplay systems in Endoparasitic. Oh, and this is moving houses, so this is the other one. Lagmeister, I'm not sure what you mean. Like, let's just assume that I have official smooth brain today. Like, medically sanctified. Oh! Sorry, yeah. Yeah, this Mother Hubbard. Well, music for radio generated by AI is what they're saying. And that is definitely... The asset with this is definitely... Ooh, okay, yeah, they're getting a lot of shit for this. Alright. Yeah, get fucked. Technology is a tool, not a threat. Get fucked. Sorry about that, Lagmeister. It's definitely one of those where, you know, if you've got to go to those lengths to defend your inclusion of a technology that people despise. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's never a good sign when you have to write 7 paragraphs to explain your creative choices. I'm still annoyed that the Build Your Own Gundam game ended up being AI-generated mechs. Like, that. Well, okay, what was so funny about it is that they called bullshit on the guy, and he said there's no AI in this game, no AI-generated content in this game. And then they were like, nah, here's the receipts. And then he changed his tune on the Build Your Own Gundam game. Then he changed his tune to, oh no, these were actually submitted by the community and I had no idea. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. I don't know. But the thing I've been thinking about a lot, because I've been calling bullshit on a lot of AI-flavored wankery recently, because I'm kind of past the point of pretending that generative AI... I'm past being nice on the generative AI stuff. And one thing that's really interesting is how it's a kind of, for lack of a better term, it creates an aesthetic that reminds me of clip art, in the sense of users are going to become extremely wary of AI art-looking titles, right? Like, there's an aesthetic that AI art creates that is very notable. It's something to do with like the way it can't understand how shadows work, and I'm not just talking about like extra fingers, but there's like a visual aesthetic. And I think that visual aesthetic is going to create a style that users will be instantly wary of. I think that creating a distinct visual style is going to become more and more and more important when you're creating your own stuff. Right. And welcome back to the stage of history. Oh, bear with me just a second, friends. Hang on. Okay. Sorry about that, friends. It was an exciting conversation about the taps. Anyway, so sorry for starting a pretty heavy conversation and then immediately scurrying off to talk about water solutions. The two things I will say, just to kind of cap off the AI conversation, because we're all on the same page, and, you know, we're just venting at this point. But what I will say is that a unique and or authentic art style is going to be absolutely fucking key moving forward. Like, there's a big difference between, like, text-to-speech machines and, like, generative AI models that are trained on voice actors, and how you implement the first is still very valid if used in the right way. But, again, people will become more and more wary of this stuff as it continues. And the other thing being is that there's still a lot of legal nonsense going on around generative AI, and it is highly likely that whole swaths of, like, if someone was to implement generative AI stuff in their game, whole swaths of it could just be pulled. And it raises an interesting legal question, because everyone's talking about licensing again. The fact that if you buy a game from Ubisoft, you're not actually buying a game, you're buying a license to that game. Hey, Lizzie. Get crime! Pukow! Thank you. But can Ubisoft legally sell you a license to a thing that they don't own? Right? You know, if I sell you a Gundam, if elements went into this that I did not personally own, that's a legal question otherwise. But if I have been licensed it, not sold it, well, that opens up some fucking fresh hot bullshit right there. You know? So. Okay, and Nick, that's really fucking cool. But again, so Aeon, I do want to say is, oh, that's what you meant! Fucking yo! What's this for?
Well, the card explains it.
Thank you. Okay, firstly, Boiga. Okay. Let me open the cup. Thank you. Also, Nick says hi.
Hi.
Aw, you didn't have to. Fiona had a very hard morning, and we had we'll just say we had a hunt for the car keys moment.
Which were in the parking garage.
Yes, I'm so glad you found them. And so Fiona got me a little fucking. It's a Boba Fett mech. Thank you. You didn't have to. Thank you. I'm counting this as a birthday present. There's little Boba Fett.
I will say, I too found something for myself.
Yay! I tried to find that when you were sick.
It was $5. I was like, score.
The only thing that they had from the Animal Crossing set was like the $60 one, and I was like, oh. But that's why I got you like the little Bulbasaur. Fucking yo! It's Boba Mech. Look at this little guy. Thank you. I got a Boiga! And there's also some booze in here, which I'm very grateful for. Thank you. Hang on. Honk that down. Oh, and it means I get some food in my system as well. Boiga's on stream, let's go! It's alright, Perios is off doing other things, I don't have to worry. Okay, so I think in my little heart of hearts I've narrowed it down. That let's either do the straight to VHS but not David Cage of Sniper Killer. You're the sniper and the detective. Or let's do Moving Houses, because like a little bit of a dad game, a little bit of liminal space, like I'm down for that. I think Zero Protocol needs my full attention, as does Endoparasitic. Oh, Shitaru, yeah, I'll see you in the VODs, friend. Be sure to, I don't know, dear VOD watchers, be sure to, I don't know, what's your favourite giant robot? Just add that in the YouTubian doobly-doo. Because that's a hard question. Oh, and Shaunerus, you know you mentioned in like tower defense games. This was the one that crossed my feed that I was trying to mention earlier. God, I tell you, I get a couple of fries in my system. It's like my brain actually starts to work. Like, it looks super janky, but it looks absolutely fascinating at the same time. Oh god, and Shady Knight dropped. Diplomacy is not an option, is now at version 1. God, there's too many good games. Okay, so what do you want to do, friends? Do you want to be cool, like, VHS rental cop versus sniper? Or do you want to help me move house in a totally normal house? Which strikes your fancy, friends? Legend wants a nap. Don't we all, friend? Don't we all? Sturdy would like to move house. Evil Geek would like to move house. Okay. It's looking like it's a house move in session. Lagmeister, see, that's the problem. You gave your power to the people. And the people have spoken. Okay. So let me get that installed very quickly. And then let's move house. Yeah, let's do it. Liminal house burger time. Yeah, I probably shouldn't start playing something that's potentially spoopy whilst I'm stuffing my face full of boiga, lest I accidentally inhale, like, half the damn thing. What happened to Will? He died. Or maybe it's like the, oh, I always forget what it was. Tumblr came up with this idea of like a surrealism scale. Like with each step removed, the situation becomes more and more bizarre. Oh god, I hate that I always forget the term for it. It's like, at 0 surrealness, you are in a diner. You know, the server comes order. You look at the menu, you order a burger. Is it Cooley theory? Thank you. I was kind of hoping that Control would try and make that like a real measurement. Sure. And friends, before we get started, I just want to say another thank you. Like, I've been an agent of chaos. I've been at the mercy of chaos for weeks now, and you lot have all been extremely patient with me. And on days today where the schedule kind of gets thrown out the window, I really appreciate it, alright? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I also like the fact that I put on the title we'd be talking about mechs. We haven't discussed giant robots at all, except for Tiny Robo Fett. Tiny Robo Fett. But I am going to get the at least the title going. That way, I know everything's up and going while I stuff my face. Gurren Lagann! Ah, great classic. I was making Amos watch it the other day. Totally not because I wanted to rewatch it. No. See, I don't know why I thought this was going to be spooky. Listen to this. There's no way this game is spooky. Hear that? This is good times. Lagmeister, Escaflowne does not get the love and respect it deserves in mech circles, in my humble opinion. Like, that shit is haunting and awesome in equi measure. It's just a game about houses. It's just a game about ponies. This is really good. I see you, Lizzie. Okay. Alright, this seems like it's gonna be good to go. Nick, I hate that my brain immediately went to Elfin Lane. You know? Anime just doesn't disturb kids like it used to. Oh, actually. Exactly. Kids these days are coddled. They need to watch Evangelion at the age of 7. You know, really break some brains. No, what I was going to add is one of my favorite anime about video games, Gun Gale Online, a spin-off of Sword Art Online, not even joking, is into its 2nd season. And I've got to say, I love it. Even though it's an incredibly, like, masculine-coded game, all the characters that you're predominantly following are femme-presenting. And it really does go into the heart of why people play games and why they have, like, online communities. And I love that. There's no bizarre life and death stakes. It's just people playing games. And I love that the character that we follow through it, you know, the reason she plays games is that, you know, she wants to be all tiny and cute. And in real life, you know, she is a 6'5" giant or something along those lines. In anime standards. And so it's that thing of, like, video games giving us the chance to be closer to the self we would like, to be able to express ourselves and be in communities where that is the way in which you're known is really cool. You know, anybody that's played MMOs for a long, long time will definitely understand that. And it's like, it's weird that a spin-off... Oh, Unholy Glee, it is an anime series. Gun Gale Online. Season 2 just started back up again. And apparently so has ReZero, which is not a light and fluffy happy anime. That is a time travel isekai that will haunt you for the rest of your days. Chorus, yeah. Oh yeah, legend. The bunnies. I think you mean the bunnies. Apocalyptic bunnies. ReZero is a very good one to give a watch from a game design standpoint. But also, it's super traumatic, so yay! Just watch Gargantia instead. That's a happy story. I promise, Nick, I'm not just doing this to summon you. It's because I rewatched it while I was ill, and it's so good. Sorry, and thank you for bearing with me while I stuff my face as well. Bothery's good. Even if it does set you up every time you mention it for a Bothery's nuts joke. But Bothery is little lass playing her first online game and doesn't quite understand the point system. So she puts every single point into defense and then ends up just grinding defense skill because she doesn't want to get hurt. I think it's brilliant. And another great example of why we should let characters, like, create bullshit broken builds in our games. And it's a really light and fun kind of, like, online game. Yeah, and Nick, what I like is the fact that that's kind of acknowledged. You know, don't get me wrong, I love Shangri-La Frontier, but the devs of that game are kind of put on the block as being like this cabal of super geniuses. Lagmeister, I have seen 86, and as a mech fan, the tactics side of it is brilliant. And it kind of goes into the whole, like, separation. Can I show them? Okay, friends, you gotta see this. You can't quite make it out from this angle, but it says
my spooky era.
and it's a bunch of dancing skeletons.
Candy corn.
You got candy corn socks, and you got spooky pants.
Spooky pants.
Man, today's a good day. I'm in my spooky era. No, I would just watch Shangri-La Frontier. It's brilliant and inspiring. But one of the things that I was kind of like, was how the developers of that game are perfect. But there's like the story team and the design team, or is it the design team and the systems? I forget. But two aspects of the design team are at each other's throats, which was very accurate. But it's that everything else in the Shangri-La Frontier development side is all perfect and shiny, and I'm like, no. It'd be a fucking mess behind the scenes. Oh, actually, so Kat was just adding that Bothery is secretly an anime about why making a balanced MMO is basically impossible. Because you can't predict what people are going to do. Exactly. I also think, I don't know, this is probably still the poison in my system from having played World of Warcraft for as long as I did, that ultimately trying to make a completely balanced MMO shouldn't be the goal, right? Like, it's like somewhere along the way, we forgot about the RPG bit in MMORPG. And Nick, I do agree that QA would find it in a game where you could put all your stats in one piece and one bit and break them. But also, Nick, how many times have QA found something and it been ignored by the powers that be? I put all my stats in one piece. Well, so Aeon, you know exactly what we mean when we're talking about balance. You know, we're talking about the idea that if we break it down into the rock, paper, scissors, you know, tank, DPS, healer, that every tank, every DPS, and every healer should have equal use in the same situation, right? Right? So, it doesn't matter if you are a rogue, if you are a warrior, you are a druid. Like, if your role is DPS, you should be doing the same kind of stuff as everybody else. The same excuse me. The same number output. But... And Bacon is not getting a PGA Tour. The PG8 disasters. Actually, I need to tell Damien about that. Okay. Note to self, advertise the golf tournament. I don't know, we spoke a lot yesterday about, like, the pitfalls of design by addition. And this is one of those things where we talk about, like, the, it depends. Like, design by addition is something that I'm usually against. However, when it comes to an MMORPG, I like going back to the roots. I like the idea that you are playing a character in a world. That it's not just a pipeline to make number go up. New boss, new number go up. I'm not about that life. If you're joining an MMO, it needs to be a story, a world. Now, FF14 puts the story in it. Fucking brilliant. Love it. Excellent. But I do remember the old reactive stuff. Even Warcraft had it in the beginning, where there'd be certain areas that only certain classes could interact with in specific ways, or things that were set up to create, like, you know, thieves' guilds hidden, or, you know, one monastery where paladins can have, like, a special moment and shit like that. And ultimately, they moved very much away from that.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60, 60.
Favor 6. 60 months. You fucking legend. We're just about to start playing this now. Fiona got me hamburgers, and I just inhaled them, and it was the fucking best. How are you? Well, so Lagmeister, I think that's where... Okay, we're not going to do this because it would be developmental suicide, but if we were going to create an MMO, I'd want to start thinking about how we can make things that aren't solely focused on boss battle conflict, right? Now, Minnesota is a myth, which it is. Watto and welcome. I was also an Ultima Online player, and I know what you mean. Because what Lagmeister was saying is that balance should be about making sure that people aren't ostracized if they're not playing the optimal thing. Now, Ultima Online did unfortunately develop a meta based on archery and spellcasting. If you never played Ultima Online at a high level, predominantly it was all about macros. And in the macros, you could cast spells on previously hit target. So what you would do is you would hit somebody with a bow and arrow. It doesn't have to hurt them, it just has to hit them. And then you start hitting every fucking macro you've got going down. Personally, if we were going to start an MMO type project, I'd want to create something that was narratively leaning more towards the secret world. Again, I'm not saying this just to proc Nick, because Nick should be resting. But I'd want to do things that had, like Favor 6, yeah, like D&D Online, like real puzzles, that a group could experience. That we move away from the rock, paper, scissors of tank, DPS, healer being the only things. Now, Minnesota, I will say that Ultimate Line limiting the amount of skills you could have was a smart call in the beginning, but that ended up limiting people from like what crafting and non-combat skills they would take. With ours...
Secret world.
Secret world! Secret world! Moving houses. Hang on. And I promise I'm not trying to drive you all loopy by just leaving the title music on. I just got to put my burger wrapper out. Oh, God, that was good. Thank you. Guess you remembered you had orange drink in the fridge. This guy. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Let me hit play. Normal house. Start here to improving moving houses. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this mouse and keyboard, so please forgive me. Okay. But no, so what I would like to do with like online RPGs is consider that the group is a party at all times, not just when in combat. But what I mean is that like non-conflict based skills and abilities or interests can be incredibly valuable. You know, I keep thinking about Chilchuck in Delicious in Dungeon, and how Chilchuck has no combat abilities, but is incredibly vital. So, I think the thing that I would start considering is that can we make each person about 2 skills, right? Most players would probably choose a conflict skill and a non-conflict skill, but making it so that the team composition has 2 functions, right? Letting people create characters, not archetypes, and rewarding them. The idea that your agency varies from scenario to scenario, but everyone has agency, right? Am I just saying a lot of wanky buzzwords? I feel like I'm saying just a lot of wanky buzzwords. Okay, what I mean is, tanks have to be in charge. Or sometimes healers, but predominantly tanks. If you take on the role of a tank in a World of Warcraft or post-World of Warcraft MMO, congratulations. You're not just a big guy with a shield, you have to lead a bunch of cracked out DPS toddlers into the delving regions. If you are a DPS, your job is to kind of be there and make number go up on tank's command. If you are a healer, you are either a chain-smoking service industry exhausted badass, or you are a Florence Nightingale empathic individual trying to keep aforementioned cracked out toddlers alive. What I want to be able to do is create more scenarios where those non-combat skills unlock more story, more world, more things to explore. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, we can come back to this one, because Oh, sorry. Your tasks are over here on the right. Complete the first ones. Moving items have a box icon next to their name, meaning you have to put it in a cardboard box and toss it in the van. Items with a van icon can be tossed directly into the van. First, go to that pile of unfolded boxes and get a cardboard box. Lovely. Alright. Okay, I might be able to do this with controller. Okay, get a box. Now pick up the box and take it over to the house. Oh, there we go, yeah, it's got... And whoever that spooky person was, thank you for gifting a sub to buzzword user. And Orzine, Watto and welcome. Alright. Put the box down, open the box, and toss in the radio into the box. Oop. Okay. Alright, now to... Ooh. Don't even worry about it. Pukow! Okay. Resolution, quality, depth of field. Let's turn that off. Because I am... it is messing with my eyes. The depth of field feature's not working 100%, so... It's getting a little confusing there. Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if I wanted to create like online experiences like MMOs, like I understand that eventually users will optimize. But what I would like to do is essentially a, you know, the thing I said I wasn't, that's the thing I said don't do. Essentially the design by addition that we were chatting about yesterday, I would absolutely want to do that, but not designing systems to fix systems, but essentially, rather than trying to homogenize each class, adding content to make them viable. Oh, lovely. Packable items have a number at the top, box up capacity. Cool. Don't forget, you can always change how you hold either item. Oh, that's kind of cool. Alright, so let's go find the plastic chairs out back. Huh. They're listening to some like cool Enya shit in there. And again, especially when it comes to things like MMOs, it's really, really easy to sit here and say, oh, well, we'll just add content to make the classes viable. You know, we'll add something that makes it so that, you know, rogues have more viability outside of combat. We'll do something that allows you to be, you know, different kinds of mages rather than just I throw fireball or I have a weird, overly sexualized imp demon that throws fireballs for me. It's very, very easy to say that, but I do think that if you start... Hang on. Oh, that's cool. If you start with the philosophy of this is an RPG first, rather than this is a traditional MMO combat system first, I think you could do something really interesting with that. I don't think it's crazy to say that. Now, as you well know, making an MMO is one of the most expensive undertakings that you can put forward, not just in terms of time and technical requirements, but also server costs and the possibility that if you are successful, operating costs can go through the roof with need for moderation and content and so on. So again, it's real fucking easy to sit in this chair and be like, oh, I'm just going to add all this fun stuff to my MMO. No one's thought about making it fun before. And yeah, Nick, 100%. MMO is as hard as game dev gets, and it's expensive. Now, yeah, dream big, build small. Aeon, absolutely. I mean, one of my favorite MMOs that I've played over the years was Phantasy Star Online, even though I predominantly played it offline. And that does its dream big, build small by having everything be an instanced experience except for the hub world, where players, they can trade, but they do not fight. The amount of synced activities that players do is very, very limited. Pukow! Oh, beans. Oh, we unlocked jump. Nick was saying about 10 years ago, the common industry wisdom that to launch a WoW competitor, i.e. hiring, development, tech, overhead, marketing, etc., would cost you about $1 billion. I mean, Favor 6, I don't know why more people don't just use the drop-down menu that just says add MMO. Ah, back when Goat Sim was good. There, I said it. Getting spicy. Okay. So Legend, having a system that's based upon, you know, non-conflict skills could be an interesting way of putting it together. Alright, so the hallway. Well, you must be a natural. Have you done this before? Okay. Hang on, I need to go get a... We've got to pack a plant and the 3 paintings. Yeah, so numbers... MW5 Clans won't run on this whilst streaming, so... we aren't playing it. Where's the bloody plant? Where's the bloody plant? Okay. Okay, that's a bit much. There we go. Controller look acceleration. Actually, that's closer to what we need. Hang on. So look sensitivity was 5, but control acceleration on. Oh, no, it's still stodgy as. Nick, that could actually work. Oh, and just on the subject of giant robots, dear friends, the new Gundam show is out. It is on Netflix. Turns out it wasn't a movie. It's actually 6 episodes. And from what I saw of it before I passed out drunk last night, it's good. It's real good. There we go. Alright, I can work with this now. Ah, there's our little hallway plant. In your bot. Bish. Woohoo! Ah, and I got her. Look, don't judge me, alright? Woohoo! Got an achievement. Orzine, I think I've told you this before, but that's how I ended up playing MechWarrior back in the day. because you know my stepdad was super into like this FA18 sim, and I used his like joystick setup when I was playing Mech Warrior. It was the fucking best. Numbers, good to hear. Good to hear. Okay. You can pack more stuff in a single box now. Fuck yeah. Alright, now it's time to start working on the living room. Yeah, now I'm no longer, like... Excuse me. Okay. Clock, cup, book, and more. Television and the office chair. Alright, well... Where's that clock? Nick, there's gonna be no jump scares in this. What are you talking about? Controller. Oh, that's a fucking table. Ah, beans. Got your DVD player right here. Your cushions. Oh yeah, okay, so for those of you who just joined us, we were talking about I guess we got into the subject of like MMO design is kind of like alternate history in that it's fun to talk about, but ultimately it's an exercise in entertainment, not in usefulness. Could we make a shared experience game? Maybe? Grab the telly. But I don't think it's something that we're actively going to be able to create anytime soon. Not without some massive changes to, the technological side. But I do like discussing it because, I think ultimately the need for big group experiences is something that hasn't fully been tapped. Personally, I want to see things that are more based around the group experience rather than just, kind of, I say budgety, but, we've done the DPS Tila tanks dance for years now. And I personally have had my fill of it. Nick, if I was secretly a billionaire, none of you would have to worry about funding for your games at all. Let me tell you, Longship Games would be producing so many titles right now. Okay. Sorry, Lance was just giving me a heads up that you can fail at packing here if you tip the bookshelves over. The books can get trapped. So we're going to be very careful. Yeah. So like it's worth saying that the Holy Trinity, the traditional kind of like RPG, JRPG design stuff is absolutely valid. Like, I mean, just look at what Damien does so much with like just traditional systems. I am personally saying that if we were going to build an MMO style project, I want to make something that is closer to the RPG point. Oh, there we go. We can kick even harder now. Whoop-ah! With my energy legs. Like, I understand that trying to create an environment that forces users to RP is nigh on impossible. But incentivizing users to RP, like, what got me on this topic was talking about Gun Gale Online and Shangri-La Frontier and stuff like that. And I keep forgetting to get a book for box. And see, Shangri-La Frontier is a really inspirational anime to watch on the subject of like game design stuff. But it has a lot of hand-wavium that it can use. Okay, here we go. It has a lot of hand-wavium. Man, is that my heart? Did I have too much coffee? I think I had too much coffee. Can't open the ruddy doors. Alright, well, let's get this together. Nope, got to open the box. So, because Shangri-La Frontier is absolutely not a real video game project that people don't need to create, they can do things like saying, oh, well, you know, we'll just have it so that if you hit these specific conditions, then you can absolutely have a unique scenario that appears. To create bespoke content for like small edge case stuff is very, very difficult. But then I think about, you know, sorry, again, this conversation is very Nick-centric, but I think about things like the Blackout Club, and I consider the fact that you could have a player interaction system similar to that that is highlighted by certain functionalities. And depending on what the criteria was for being highlighted for that, you know, you could essentially create a need for players to quasi-RP to open up parts of the world. So, hey! Sorry! What unwelcome friend, how are you doing? So, for example, let's say we have our atypical JRPG fantasy world. Let's do the whole war in the heavens, the gods are mad at each other and chuck in stuff. And Nick, I understand that, like, I specifically asked not to be told how the stuff behind the scenes work, so I'm doing some guesstimations, and I apologize. I'm not saying this to give you any kind of PTSD or what have you. But so you want to get involved in the War of the Gods in this JRPG, which means you need to receive a blessing. Now, you only need one blessing for your guild to highlight, but the only way to receive that blessing, i.e. a flag on your account, it could be done by hours combined with certain quests, combined with some RP-themed tasks, which, yes, you could Google them, but you would essentially have to look at the world thematically to, like, solve puzzles, uncover things, or what have you. And then when you finally get the blessing, your character is marked. So with the Blackout Club, everybody got as best as they could, like, an interaction when they started. You know, Sword Art Online. I said it. I'm still superstitious. SAO would show up and fuck with you at least once. What I'm saying is that you forgo that live interaction until the user has put in enough time to flag their account for being interactable. And what you could do with that is you could have that focus be on characters, the focus of that quest line be on skills outside of the typical Holy Trinity, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, no, sorry. This is a super chill game. It is absolutely, it is absolutely not a spoopy game about liminal space horror. You know, like, I'm not sure if I keep hearing the upstairs neighbors or if I hear things bumping around upstairs in game. Damn it, stool. Okay, that was personal. I don't know where that... I picked up that stool and that hammer just kind of... The mallet just went into the space realm. Oh, did I fuck up? Okay, we gotta find that mallet. Something I haven't had to say in a long time. Sorry. It can't have gone far. There it is. See? Numbers, that was Amanda the Adventurer, which has a sequel coming soon. That's our good friends over at DreadXP. Yeah. And genres, it's my fault. I didn't walk the hammer before we got started, so it's a little bit like, you know, cooped up in the house. Bottle, nails, and radio. Bottle. Fork. I think those are supposed to be the nails. And the radio. I was quite enjoying Resident Evil Save Room FM, but, you know, we got shit to do. And Scotty, what and welcome. How are you doing, friend? We're packing this place up. We're moving this stuff out. And yeah, numbers. I watched the video announcement for Subnautica 2 properly. Obviously, it's fucking horrifying, but there we go. No, you know what, Chonrus? Must be the wind. Must be the wind. I mean, there's no way someone would be banging around in this house because it's a bungalow. There's no upstairs. So, must just be our imagination. And yeah, but sorry, glad you got internet back. It's good to see you, friend. Well, the thing was, the Subnautica trailer didn't show a single shark, but it did show something else, which I now have a new thing to be afraid of. Back in the watering can. Okay. Yeah, Nick, I can only surmise that Subnautica Below Zero did well enough that it's kind of allowed them to do this. Because I was also kind of worried. But Unknown Worlds have had the weirdest history in terms of like development. You know what? Power to them. Oh, sorry, for those who don't know, the developers of Subnautica started life as a Half-Life mod team. They made the incredible Natural Selection, which was a hybrid FPS RTS for fucking Half-Life, like Half-Life 1. They began development of Natural Selection as a Half-Life 2 mod and realized that they were doing so much work to make this. Why don't they just fucking make it as a standalone game? They did, and it did good. You know? The reason we don't play more of Natural Selection 2 is because it's old school, like source engine type stuff, in that to get it running, you need to have a dedicated server, otherwise you can't play. And in this day and age, that gets harder and harder to make happen. Alright, garage is done. Okay, so that's done. Alright, next up, dining room. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? Time sure passes when you aren't paying attention to the clock. What time is it anyway? It's time you tackle the dining room! You got some fancy chairs there. Better be careful with those, they look antique. It's like they've been here forever. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna do the big stuff first this time. To the benches and the chairs, and then we'll do the little stuff. That way we can keep listening to Resident Evil save room radio. And sorry, I understand that. Like, for some folks, binaural audio is not a good time. It's a bad time. No, it must be the wind. Fuck, what were we talking about before? We got onto Subnautica and stuff. Oh! Like MMO type stuff. So yeah. I think that using the requirements that come from like MMO-sized projects, that you could create a system where only certain players get flagged at a point for those kinds of interactions. And here's the thing is, like, once an player is flagged, they would then have the ability to bring people in. There's no guarantee that things will happen or when they will. Or you build into the lore that certain things happen on certain days, lunar cycles or whatever. You know, you essentially create your workload as part of the narrative. Like, you can come up with a gajillion lore reasons for why the gods only talk to you on a Friday night. Stuff like that. You know? And again, Nick, I don't bring these things up to stroke your ego or to be like, question are the best! But currently, the Blackout Club is the gold standard for live interaction stuff. Ket says, reminds me of the Left 4 Dead achievement you can only get from other people having it. This is more the case of, like, if one person in your party had that special achievement. Alright, the rest is actually to box up. Then you could all go to the special place. And in the special place, there's a chance for a live interaction. Do you know what I mean? Okay. Alright, picture kind of fell off. And some vases. Poor cow! Like I said, I'm going to do the save room music last. Flowers. Well, it's a prologue. Think of it less like limiting the amount of users that can engage with X content, and as a way to stop users from Zerg waving the content all at once. So if you only need one person per guild to get you into that situation, but the quest to get there, like to get to the point where you can have an interaction with a god in our title, can take, you know, weeks. Oh, that is a fucking flower. Say it's not a flower. Oh. Flower. No, flowers. I'm sorry, it's the wrong bloody flowers. Ah, and to the head librarian. Watto and welcome. Book and book and book. Yeah, for a few of the Total War games, we had the play against a CA staff member or so beans. Wasn't that exactly what you were warning me about, Lance? Fuck. Maybe I can physics fuck this out. Beans. There we go. Except now I'm stuck in a bookshelf. Okay. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good. Okay, let's just... Okay. There we go. Kitchen's done. We can walk and run faster now. I love this. Lance, what can I say? Sometimes you can take the lad out of QA, but you can't take the QA out of the lad. An Isocrid, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. And Brolo, like, so what is the solution there? Because ultimately what you're putting forward is just don't do it. And I don't know, that's like the thing that started this conversation was the desire to create MMOs that focused on the RPG settings. And what I was putting forward is a way to create live interactions and things that can get people to embrace the world in real time, and creating systems that make it so you don't have 10,000 people all rushing to get a live interaction all at once. Okay. Coffee pot! Pocket! Oh no, that one we have to just take back. Take the coffee machine out first, so safely. Actually, Head Librarian, no. The teacher system from Underlight. It could be I'm just having a smooth brain day, but that is not ringing a bell. Okay, which one was Underlight? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I was still going through my Ultima Online phase back in '98, so I didn't play that one. Man, it's still available on Steam. Maybe we'll have to Zergwave that one of these afternoons. And Caffeine Watto and welcome. Interesting. So it had essentially like mandatory RP built into it. No, I think that's a really cool way of doing it. I mean, a project that I worked on a while ago was working on the idea of creating someone that is... where's the Well, let's open these cabinets up. Of creating a role that's somewhere between like a moderator and a provider of content. So, for Abyssals, we had this idea that there were kind of 3 states of play in the title. So you have your user, you have your developer, able to change things in the world and in real time, and then you have essentially a... what was the cool term we came up for it? It wasn't storyteller. It wasn't enthusiast. But it was the concept that users that have put a lot of time into the title can themselves become content, either through RP or otherwise. And depending on how they're doing, they're rewarded with stuff in its own separate kind of system. Because one of the things that we hit upon is that if users reach a certain point of engagement with a title, they're less likely to be rampant shitheels. But Nick does make a good point that in other titles, in like LARP systems and things like that, you can end up with some serious gatekeeping, The magical sword idea was always one that I quite liked, but then again, a lot of the time, the worry is that the magical sword goes to a user and that user stops playing. But when creating something that involves live interactions with devs or custom scenarios, you essentially want a way to slow down how users can access it. Like, the goal is not to prevent people. I'm not talking about the gates of knockoff Egypt that WoW did back in the day. The goal isn't to create a space that only some users will ever see, but that in theory, all users could experience this. It's just the amount of time it takes. And the amount of time it takes to go from 0 to get to that point of interaction, that's how you pace it, right? And Legend, that could work. I mean, it's a simple one. That once you acquire the magical sword, you only have it for 2 weeks before it returns. And making things based on guild unlocks rather than individual unlocks, guild storylines rather than personal storylines, I think is another good way of bringing it together. It encourages users to create their own guilds and setups because that increases the chances that they'll get to do something fun that they want to do and being part of it. And it would stop people from creating super hyper mega guilds, because you join a guild with 10,000 people in it, you're not going to be involved. You join a guild with 2 of your friends and find a couple more, you have far more chance of getting involved in these like story beat assets. Yeah. And Caffeine, that was also why creating timings around these events I think is a good maneuver, because you call them the mutants, and I like that. I am definitely going to be using that in the future. Oh, I forgot to bring the box in.
You're okay.
Just don't scratch your face. Yeah, an Evil Geek, that's the thing that Hey! Evening, Restless Roots. What a welcome. God, I really regret packing away the radio now. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I was definitely part of a group that went from being, in World of Warcraft, that went from just kind of like playing for fun with the homies to, trying to be an air quotes raiding guild. And it was not fun. I understand that for some people, that is the way, but it creates a scenario where someone can be, air quotes, underperforming. That sucks. I was having a good time with that. Oh, dish soap. Yeah. I don't know. Sorry, Caffeine was saying that was from somebody who self-described it during New World. Okay. You know, the thing that strikes... Actually, New World, I think, is a really good example of, like... At this point, if I personally am going to jump into something that is a large... a big-scale project, it needs to have something to it. Like, New World had nothing interesting to offer. Like, the Manifest Destiny colonialism setting sat weird with me, and I'm British.
Amos, you're right.
You know what I mean? And outside of that, like, I couldn't see a reason to play New World. Like, if we're talking about things like, you know, good old Final Fantasy XIV, why should you play that? Because the story is fucking incredible. Why should you play New World? I don't know. You ran out of classes on Warcraft and you want to play something the same but more? I don't know. And I'm saying this because Caffeine and I went to their fucking pre-release, pre-announce. That was a fun day. Bah. Whoopa. Okay. Fine. Amos, you're okay, buddy. I mean, Nick, again, very, very large agree. Wait, why doesn't that go in there? Fine, we'll get another cardboard box.
Amos, you're okay, buddy.
And sorry, Amos is having a hard time, as happens with the wee baby boy. He's been big sad today. He's been big sad. You're okay. I also, if we're going on kind of like rants and bants, Amazon Game Studios had every possible advantage, and they created so many rods for so many backs themselves. Think about that a lot. Like, I still think it's a miracle that New World even released. Alright, what's left? There's one thing left. Look out! Oh no, alright, we cleared it. Okay, time to clear the bedroom. Talk about things flying by, that didn't take too long. You're almost there, you're almost done. Now all I have to do is box up what's in the bathroom, and you can call it a day. Then you can move on. At least you don't have to clean the bathroom. That's DLC! Ha ha ha! Don't look too closely. I'm gonna get the most expensive thing on the menu. It says they do an all-day breakfast here. Eggs. Bacon. Baked beans. Hashed browns. Sausage. Toast. Regret. Okay, so the laundry basket's the only thing that's got to go. So you know what, let's just do that now and get into the habit of boxing and chucking.
Bacon is dead bacon, so...
You're not dead. Stop telling people you're dead, Bacon. Stop it. Sorry, Restless Roots, you brought a raid in, and then I got ranting about other nonsense. How was your stream? How are you doing? Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, I guess the thing I'd cap the conversation on just being like, Final Fantasy XIV has shown everybody, like, if you want to do a story, like, I mean, like, what's the term? like the idea of a super cool theme park style MMO with a great big story and a good time, like literally Final Fantasy XIV is what you need to be like measuring yourself up to. Anything beyond that, you're kind of kidding yourself a little, not gonna lie. Beans. And if you're looking to create something experiential, then make it an experience. Give us a reason to be in this world. So, Nick, you mentioned Eco, which actually Ket did work on for a brief period. But Eco's fascinating because it gives you all the tools to create something that's very, very your own MMO. Ah, I forgot the fucking box again. And what you make of it from there is very, very much up to you. It's not a game to be played lightly, and I have the utmost respect for people who try and play it solo, but... Okay. Sorry, I nearly got all the towels. I just keep thinking about how, you know, the Secret World was sadly not the big success we all hoped it was going to be. And how it could have been if it was just its own thing now. And Jin, you are right, that is the award-winning MMO with free trial. It does include expansions up until Heavensward, if I remember correctly. Not Heavensward, Heavensward. Yeah, Unholy Glee, also big same. Also big same. There's a lot about New World's thematics that I feel like it was conceived by about 20 white guys who look like me, and none of them stopped and thought, well, how does this make us feel? Are we the baddies? Oh, as it brings up to Shadowbringers now. Oh, that's one whole brung shadow. And Age of Kalina, what and welcome. You have returned. Poor cow. I'm just packing this place up. Moving us out. In this totally normal game, bow packing. Gonna need one more box. What's Isaac Grid? Yes. You're the baddies in Helldivers. Helldivers is brilliant satire. You know? You're the baddies in Space Marine. 40k is perhaps slightly too clever for its own boots, but is also satire. Like, New World's not satire. New World's not talking about how, like, you know, sure was bad how we Europeans just showed up and took a country that wasn't ours. We sure were the baddies there. There's an interesting comic that I'm a big fan of called Manifest Destiny about the Lewis and Clark expedition. But with this one, it's, you know, the Americas is this impossibly massive continent beyond that, which you know, and it is filled with, you know, eldritch abominations that, you know, the native tribes who live in those lands live in harmony because the things that roam are far more dangerous and more powerful than anyone can understand. And the whole series is basically about European arrogance in the face of forces beyond human understanding. You know, where normal, sensible people would have gone, nope, fuck this shit. You know, they pressed on because, you know, they are pioneers. They are explorers. They are European. It's like, whew. Like, that comic does a really good job of showing just the pure evil arrogance of it. And then doing horrible things to colonizers. You know. New World's just like, what if World of Warcraft was set in the age of Manifest Destiny? Don't think about it too hard. Don't think about it. Sorry. I shouldn't shit on New World. Anyway, moving on. So Scotty, yeah, I did see that Subnautica 2 has 4-player co-op, and what I'm currently thinking, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, what I'm currently thinking is that when Subnautica 2 drops, we'll do one playthrough, single player, where it's just me trying to survive whatever new fuckery they throw at us, and later, like once we've done one playthrough, then we'll team up with some homies and just be silly buggers under the sea. Sorry. Unholy Glees just says, my favourite thing in New World was hunting turkeys. They know what they did. That's why we only pardon one of them. Lance, once again, how dare you come into my stream and be funnier than me? Lance says, actually it was Anthem that was trying to manifest destiny. Oh, that was good. That's good. Like, that's got fucking levels. No one knows how funny we are. No one knows how funny we are. Okay, tasks. The forgotten bedroom. Yeah, you did it! High fives all round, everyone. Great job. Wait, hold on. You forgot the bedroom. How could you forget the bedroom? Silly. People have to sleep somewhere, right? Go and pack up your bedroom, and then you can leave. Ugh. This is the move that never... Oh! Nope. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Empty box. Ah, beans. The ghost of realtors past. Ozine, I don't know if we just got jump scared or if I just had, you know, a realtor named Becky stare into the eyes of my fucking soul. Was this door here before? It's getting real surreal. You're okay, Amos. Magbot! Oh, I fucking love Magbot. Yeah, it was... Nick, it was real uncomfortable how they kept saying what they thought about my vibe. Okay, you're not helping. Okay, Magbot. Magbot, we've got some kids book, I guess. God damn it. Got here. Tiny Mage! Tiny Mage! He's so little. He's Tiny Mage. Okay, remember, don't disturb the bookshelves. Lance says I should try the hold out button. I guess so. It just seems like cheating. Okay. I've got my pants. My weirdly folded pants. What was the tiny MMO? God. It was like Book of Travels? Song of Travels? God darn it. That's one I've been wanting to really, really try and have a look at proper. I was going to do a thing with Joe Cat like a million years ago, and then it turned out they were launching in early access, so we were giving it like a bit of a breather and whatnot. But it was definitely one of the online titles that's crossed my feed that made me go, huh, okay, no, huh. I know, something that's designed to be more about group exploration and good times. No, it wasn't Book of Demons. That's the pop-up book Diablo. Blah, blah. Easy for me to say, right? Oh yeah, no, Lance, the way it's putting together the skybox and just gently changing it into this gorgeous, like, afternoon into evening sky is really well done. And I'm sure we'll have no future repercussions at all. It's fine. It is fine. Okay. Let's see where my socks are at. Got some socks. Hook out! And sadly, we've got to get rid of our save music. Hopefully the ghost of coked up realtor's past doesn't come back to haunt us. Alright. All the rooms are done. Now let's go hit like a 5 AM Denny's and... Tasks. Upstairs bedroom. Woo! Yeah, you did it! Is that everything? On the first floor? What? No, now it's time for the upstairs. You didn't forget the upstairs, right? I shouldn't have to explain how houses work. You can start in the main bedroom. Don't look at me like that. This is your house, not my house. Yes. The upstairs. The upstairs bedroom. It's getting dark. It is getting dark. Thanks, I hate it.
Go lay down.
Oh, I don't like this. God damn it. Let's just hide it. Let's just hide in the closet and forget that everything in the everything in the living room is upstairs now. Oh, cool. So just to put it into context. Put it into context. This is a fucking bungalow! Alright, now we're getting into the stuff. Amos! Leave it!
Amos, lay down. Lay down.
Lie down. Don't scratch your eye. I'm dealing with some spooky shit here, baby boy.
Orzine, no, I'm not sure that I'm not playing myhouse.wad. So. God damn it, I don't like that. Oh, that's cool. God damn it! Television and picture. So I don't think it's in here. I guess it's in this room? But where's the telly? Oh. It's on the floor. Don't like that. I don't like that at all. We've got to angle the TV so I can get it through. We're just going to ignore the fact that the living room is on the ceiling now. We're just going to keep going. We're just going to keep going. I know we talked a lot about pacing in video games. And boy howdy does this know what it's doing.
The house, the door is open.
And Numbers, thank you for the bits, friend. And we got loads of people for a Thursday. So there's usually the... Oh, I just realised we're hearing the music and we packed up all of the radios as well, so that's just ambient. There we go. Surprise! It's House of Leaves. mean, that's what I get for fucking reading House of Leaves. Okay. Alright, time to pack t-shirts. I will assume pants are part of it. And yeah, look, I was trying to think of some like Euclidean geometry stuff that aren't scary, and we played a game 1,000 years ago called Anamorphine, which I believe takes place inside someone's mind, and they use like the whole well, I'll show you. I shouldn't say they use the whole liminal space. I shouldn't say non-Euclidean, because that's Lovecraft is a terrible writer. .jpg. Manifold Garden, that's a good example. God damn it. Yeah, ooh, curves. Evil! It's the way the music cuts off the moment we step out. I will say, friends, there's nothing I can say about shitting on Lovecraft as a person and his writings that Overly Sarcastic Productions hasn't done better than I. So that whole video is definitely worth... I forgot the fucking box! That video is definitely worth your time. Also, every time I'm mean to Lovecraft, some weird neckbeards crawl out of the woodwork on TikTok and stuff like that to be mad at me, and it doesn't stop being funny. Because, yeah, if only packing was this easy. I've still not had the official go-ahead that I'm going to be staying in this apartment, so I'm trying not to think about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, we're definitely doing the radio last. Colours never before seen on Earth. Didn't mean to do that. Oh yeah, no, Unholy Glee, absolutely. As my friend liked to joke, the H.P. Lovecraft, the very first works of Hatsune Miku. I love Lamb. And Angel Cleaner, I mean, I can't recommend it for mattresses, but for bed frames, get on a, wherever you are regionally, get on a Buy Nothing network, because people are always trying to get rid of... I forgot the box again! Fuck! Both Isocrid and Biggs like, did you forget the box? Piss! But yeah, come moving time especially, everyone's trying to get rid of bed frames, because they are super hard to get rid of. And honestly, like, the last mattress, the mattress I bought when I was sleeping in Spider Basement, I got that online for like $60. Like, it wasn't awful. But yeah, so Unholy Glee, just to cap off the Lovecraftian nonsense, is that it inspired a lot of better writers to create incredible stuff, and that I like that in terms of legacy, the him has been removed. You know, it's still occasionally hard watching things like Supernatural. You know, because before everyone knew colloquially that he was a piece of shit. You know, where... Alright, pack the radial. There was definitely a little bit of, I don't want to say person worship. It's the silent jazz. But he was definitely turned into something of a mystical figure for a little bit. Okay. You can pack more stuff in a single box now. Yay! Alright, time to go get the upstairs ensuite. Like, who's making these rooms? Is it you? Maybe you just don't want to leave. Maybe you're making more tasks because you can't face the truth. How many bathrooms does this house need? Seriously, this is overkill. You're just making more work for yourself. God, that feels like the mover equivalent of stop hitting yourself. Oh no, so Orzine, there's a small arc in Supernatural. They talk about like Lovecraft being like one of the OG monster hunters and stuff like that. Oh look, it's John Wick from that movie. John Wick. Oh no, this is the guest bedroom. We want the ensuite. So stuff like that. Rooms are like ninjas. For every one room you see, for every one ninja you see, there's far more that you don't. That's a good van. Yeah. And look, I'm not shitting on Supernatural with this one. And it was just like... You know, we're just... Tales from a bygone age, right? Is there anything else small? Like a hand towel? No. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, they're playing my jam. Thanks, ghosts. Ghosts. Oh, wow. It's real pretty. Got a little bit of an aurora going on here. What if, instead of dealing with this spooky-ass fucking house, what if we just stay out here and look at the sky? Wouldn't that be fine? And off that could be pretty funny. We're actually the ghost moving the other person's stuff out as they're trying to move in. Fucking box! Damn it! I even stood under the stars for a bit. I did this to me. Alright, this should be able to get all of this in one. Okay. Lance says, well, it's okay, you can stargaze from the upstairs deck. You remember the upstairs deck, don't you? Oh, you like this. And yeah, all we need to do is put away the laundry basket and then jobs are good. And man, if only doing laundry was this easy. So we don't need a box this time. Sorry, the people above us have kids, and intermittently those kids decide that it is running time. Which, honestly, it doesn't bother me. But when we're playing spooky shit and I hear bump, 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 bump above my head, I'm like, do I need to worry? Are we going full binaural audio on this shit? like what is going on? But yeah, no, just to cap off that previous conversation, H.P. Lovecraft was a terrible fucking person. And once you know that, there's certain aspects of his stories that start being really uncomfortable. And that's fine. You know, he was a piece of shit. His works inspired better people, and it's interesting that even though his xenophobia and his concept of cosmic horror has dissipated, he inspired other people to rework it in a way that's far better. And I like that. Like, I really like that. So, Brian Lumley's stuff is fucking amazing. And it was Brian Lumley that wrote the short story that Wakes the Deep was inspired by. But that one's a little bit more direct. Like, they're on an oil rig. They literally drill into an old one. Okay, so the upstairs hobby room. Okay, great job. Let's keep this energy going. Yeah. Now we've got this office room hobby area. Nothing says dedication to a hobby like a room just for doing your hobby. Do a hobby long enough and you might earn some money at it. But don't. Nothing will make you hate a hobby more than turning it into work. Hey, game devs! I was told this game might be scary, but not like this. Not like this. And I remember the box this time. Lance said their last apartment had 5 kids living above us. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yeah. I thought we'd get creeped out, not called out. Alright. So the spaceship goes manually. Alright, let's get the fan out of here because it's already causing trouble. Yeah, Jamami, I'm glad you enjoyed the chats. You know? Talking about MMOs is fun and fine, and it can be a really good mental exercise. It's not as actionable as the other conversations we have. Like Jamami, you could wake up tomorrow and start making another indie game, or your first indie game. I forget if you've created anything. But you couldn't wake up tomorrow and start making an MMO. But perhaps some little snippets of the conversation could be put... I got 2 boxes! Fuck, I'm compensating. I'm taking the spaceship. This is a good spaceship. I feel like I should recognize this design from a different game. You know what I mean? Honestly, I think this time around, I'm going to clear the...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, good. Relaxing with a nice chill game just about moving.
Exactly. It's just a game about ponies. Immortal then, how are you doing, friend? We're having a natter, we're moving some boxes in a totally normal game about totally normal moving. How are you? Right, next up, keyboard. Keyboard and the little stuff we can put away now. And then we'll take the... take the monitor now. Okay. Oh, lovely. Well, okay, so Immortal then, since you have joined us, we're talking about, like, theoretical MMO designs ideas. I like the idea of trying to create things that incentivize things beyond, you know, the rock, paper, scissors of tank DPS healer. And I was kind of going on a long, rambly, rolling banter about how we might look into implementing, like, unique or live storytelling scenarios without fucking killing ourselves as a dev team. Oh no, because it came from... I mentioned that Gun Gale Online has just restarted. It's just started its second season, which is Animu. And I was talking about Shangri-La Frontier. I fucking love it. And it's fascinating because it's able to have these huge, unbelievably unique scenarios. Because... mouse, keyboard... Oh, it's on the desk tidies. Shangri-La Frontier can theorize these, like... because, first and foremost, it's an anime, it's not a video game. It doesn't have to work, right? It doesn't have to make development sense how they lay it out. But I do still like that idea, that feeling of discovery. And the one thing that you can do with live interactions is they cannot be data mined. The environments can be found. People can assume what they want from the places. But if there is a live interaction storytelling method, oh yeah, Isocrit, you're right. Shangri-La Frontier also started a new season this week. I haven't started watching it yet, obviously, because I've been here. But then I also haven't seen episode 3 of Dandadan yet. And Dandadan is quickly becoming a potential all-time fave. It feels like the FLCL sequel we should have gotten. And by the old gods and the new, the animation is just phenomenal. I've got space for like one more thing. Box of documents. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here. Darn it. Okay, that's this room all sorted. I don't know, but I'd like to assume the next Battle of the Dans is going to be called Dandadan. Oh, I'm going to get the box of documents. Hopefully there is another Battle of the Dans in the future, if you know what I mean. That'll be right good. Numbers, why would you say that? Numbers is like, wow, I'm surprised the door is still there. Are you trying to get me thrown into the House of Leaves? And yeah, Orzine, I watched the... Alright, upstairs bedroom. You know how hard it is when you want to be over, and again, I lost track of how hard it is to be witty and cheerful when you won't let me go. Just let me rest. Fine. You want something to do? Clean up the upstairs bedroom. It's like the downstairs bedroom, but upstairs. Oh, upstairs bathroom. Wait, no, we already did that. All right, we're gonna take a little breath here. And holy bus, Watto, and welcome. FLCL, along with Jet Set Radio and a bunch of other stuff, was kind of the media upon which Tiny Will pretty much shaped his entire personality. The FLCL sequels were interesting. Each of them kind of trying to deal with a different concept of growing up. And one definitely succeeded better than the other. One of the things that I always find interesting about FLCL is how loads of the follow-ups and discussions were all trying to explain the story when it was a story that didn't need explaining. Who are Medical Mechanica? Doesn't matter. You know, who was the Pirate King? Doesn't matter, right? That's not what the story is about. And the latest and most recent of the FLCL sequels it hurt me as a piece of media a franchise or an IP, however you want to look at it, that I loved. And then I watch a couple episodes of Dan and I'm like, this fucking gets it. Numbers, I definitely say give the second episode a run as well before deciding. That's alright. At least Upside Down Family had the decency to put some music on. Thanks, I hate it. And there's always a fucking shark! Stop! Fucking babies? My two greatest fears! Babies and sharks! Why are babies one of my fears? I don't know. Why do you want me to hold your child? I don't want to hold your child. Why? I don't want to handle little Tim Tim. I know where he's been. Okay, upstairs bathroom. It's just giving us more things to pack. Okay. Yeah. Babies are full of limitless potential. For evil. And head librarian. Yeah, it is. Jump scare babies. And sorry, the head librarian, how are you doing? How have you been holding up, friend? Like, I've been on a really shaky schedule these last few weeks, and definitely got my ass handed to me both before and after PAX. This year, actually attending PAX, going to a convention, is probably the most relaxing part of my year. So fucking box! Part of my year so far. Kakazi, thank you. Also, fucking box! Jump scare babies, they make our dreams come true. Ever since I found out how much money the Muppet Babies made, I've not been able to look at them the same way again. It's like finding out one of your friends down the pub is actually secretly fucking loaded. Like, what are you supposed to do with that information? I will say, if you have the inclination and don't mind listening to me on recorded formats, I did a video about, was it the house with no windows? And it takes a similar premise to this, but you're moving into a place. And it doesn't embrace the dad game aspect of it quite as heavily as this does. But you know what? Really fucking interesting. Oh, and hey, head librarian, that's really good to hear. Wait, Lance, how are you gonna rob baby Miss Piggy? That's my question to you. And Fred, how are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome! And Jin, oh yeah, the windows are gone was fantastic. And the thing I loved about it is that you're unpacking and you lay out the house however you want, and the game reflects to fucking forgot the box! Fucking forgot the box. See, here's the thing, it's like, people have their spooky game marathons in October. I'm spooky all year round, bitches. It's me, I'm bitches. And this year has been my liminal space obsession because I read House of Leaves, and it's true. The real curse of House of Leaves is when you read it, you become insufferable. I have become insufferable. I understand this. There's no cure. There's no hope. As soon as I encountered the spiral staircase in content warning, God. Will has, air quotes, become insufferable. It's a huge change! Alright. It's the upstairs bathroom done. But again, I will say that I actually think that dad games and menial tasks work much better for pacing than conflict. Because the thing is, if you need me to fight through a whole bunch of stuff between point A and point B, that entire time you have empowered me as a game creator. I was also talking about the Fear games last night, because one of the guys in the bar mentioned it. Dude kept wanting to talk about real-world politics. And I was like, what are you playing? It's video games, let's go. But he mentioned that he still loves the Fear series. I'm like, it's still fucking brilliant. Fear 3 is the Freddy vs. Jason of the Fear games. And once you understand that, it is so much fun. So much fun. But with stuff like that, and what was the other one we were talking about? Was it The Suffering? The post-RE4 criminals on an island body horror game. The thing is, in all the spaces where the user has a weapon and is doing shooty gun bang or what have you, the user is empowered during that. So the pacing is kind of like spoopy, action, right? With this, menial dad games, be it cleaning, be it packing, what have you, you're not empowered when you're moving house, right? I think that's really powerful because it spreads things out. It gets you into a rhythm, because to subvert a user's expectation, they must be expecting. If you want to discombobulate your user, you've got to get them into a pattern, into a rhythm, and then fuck with that. And Head Librarian, I'm glad. It's just... No, you know what? I'm not going to go down the conversational route that I was about to. I was going to say... it is definitely a game that suffered from the when your marketing is that bad. Okay. Upstairs nursery. I've lost track of what we're doing. Or have you lost track? I forget if I'm giving you the jobs or just keeping track. Either way, there's a nursery upstairs that needs packing. It's a pretty little room for a pretty little child. Pretty little child. So pretty. So very, very little. First thing you do, move a shark. Piece of shit. Yeah, I'll take a box up in case I forget one again. And we'll just get the shark out of the way now. But yeah, so Fear 3 was drastically and incredibly mismarketed. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm just going to look at the tail. Just looking at the tail. Getting the shark out of here. Not gonna look at it. This is a fucking shark. Why would you give a baby a shark? Oh, cow. And you know what? We'll take another box because I am very forgetful. Just sent into the heart of sharkness. But it was like Fear 1 came together in such a brilliant peanut butter and jelly kind of blend, or peanut butter and Marmite in my house, where you had an FPS action game with... Oh, someone actually managed to put a light in one of these. Great. Okay, what have we got? Oh, that's cute. Got a little action figure, got Dragon Rider, and their dragon, or cow, and what's this? There's a cute little goblin friend. I assume that's from one of their other titles. We didn't actually need 2 boxes up here. Fish! Radio. Picture and lamp. I love lamp. Sorry. As you well know, Fear was like it was a blend that shouldn't have worked. Of like, what at the time was the new flavor of like Japanese horror, you know. Fear came like after the original version of The Ring kind of exploded in English language territories. The idea that a scary movie wasn't one where you're being jump scared every 5 seconds, but you could have a whole movie that builds up to one like impossible horrifying scene that you can completely disempower everyone in the environment and have a great fucking game come out of it. And that was combined with some, at the time, revolutionary AI stuff and some really good shooty gun bang experience. You know, it was a great blend. The sequel suffered a little bit from the same thing that a lot of horror franchises have suffered from, of trying to explain why things were happening, the relationship between the characters, why we're doing this all again. And the third one is you and your ghost buddy go on a fucking tear. One of you gets to play as Point Man. Yes, that is the official name. Oh, I still gotta pack the radio. That is the official name of the main protagonist. And his buddy, who is dead and a ghost. Ghost guy can, like, fuck with the environment and possess people, and shooty gun bangsman, well, he does exactly what it says on the tin. And honestly, you can play it as a co-op game, or you can play it as two bastards who don't... There's two bastard brothers who have beef. It's like if you play, oh, what's the David Cage one? Two Farting Souls, whatever it's called. The one with Elliot and Willem Dafoe. But yeah, it's like if you play that as a versus game, it's incredibly funny. Alright, now we're doing the hallway. Painting, picture. Painting, picture. Cool. So the task went from clear the hallway to, is that a baby crying? Did you hear that? Sounds like a baby. It's crying upstairs. Is that your baby? Weren't we just in the nursery? Is the nursery for a baby on the way? Or a baby on the way out? Either way, sounds like the baby's unhappy. I'm gonna throw a box at this fucking baby. No. Ah, I fucking knew it. Get the flashlight. Did you turn the lights off? I didn't. I mean it. I wouldn't do that to keep you here. Give you a side quest to keep you distracted. Not me. Hey, it's an old house. These things happen sometimes. You better get the flashlight. Trust me. Level up. You unlocked the flashlight. Face your fears in a small spheres. Oh, fuck you! Do 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 do.
Will, when did you switch the game to Bloodborne?
Yeah, get fucked, Ghost. I don't know. Numbers, thank you for the bits. Fucking ghosts, man. Alright, it's dark. You never know what comes out in the dark. You ever lie awake in the dark and just lie there with your thoughts? Your thoughts? Just the two of you in the black of night lying to each other? Fine, look, there's an electrical panel in the basement. You should be able to switch the main breaker back on. It's not the first time this has happened. This is a bungalow. There isn't a basement. Fuck you, ghosts. Where even is the basement? Cool, that's new. It's new and I hate it. Oh, fuck you, game. No! Piss! 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 Yeah, it suddenly got very Lethal Company down here. It got very, Okay, Google, play the Banana Phone song. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Doop, 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 doop. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Doop, 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 doop. I don't know why I'm checking. Oh. This is the basement of the bungalow. Oh man, you found my spare shitter. Lest I piss myself. See, here's the thing. I wonder if Lizzie's left the PC on and is currently like doing the dishes or something, and Banana Phone is blasting across their apartment. I don't know, Kakazi. Impossible. I fucking achieve over there. I don't know if I like this track. I think I preferred their earlier work. Yeah, apparently we had a sweet fucking pool table under this house the whole time. Also, I'm not moving all these fucking boxes. Yeah, I see. Wanker! Oh, hey, hang on. Pick up, and I can go... Pookow! Yeah, I'll kick you in the ghostlies. Huh. What the fuck? What in the Crystal Maze fuckery is this? Do 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 do. Oh, they do have coffee. Yeah, apparently the real fear was going to the fucking dentist. There's an actual whoopee cushion on the chair. Oh, and someone's bunking off on Facebook. Fuck, I'm telling. I'm dobbing them in. Nope, that's it. I'm telling. Oh, don't be a dick. Don't dob us in. You're dobbing us in. Stocks and quotas. Okay. What's that? So smiley face. 79.
Will, don't you dare knock on your fellow employees.
Hey. Look after friends. Co-workers don't have to be friends. Okay, so it's 1979, right? 1979, okay, cool. Honestly, I just wanted to make a Burnt Face Man reference. Weebles things started putting stuff on. Hey, beer pong down here? Fuck. What kind of dentist is this? Yeah, nah. I'm not going in that pisser. This is the coolest fucking dentist of all time. Is there anything more horrifying than business? Factory bird. I'd just like to point out that it is absolute hot bullshit that we have not been Employee of the Month yet as well. It's almost like skiving off and screaming all the time does not count as like an effective workday. The real demon was capitalism. Director. How many He's got all the cool fucking collectibles. We absolutely went into the wrong department, friends. We should be working with these guys. It was a window into another part of the office. This is so unsettling. It's just like the disenfranchised ambience of people just not giving a oh, okay, we looped back on ourselves there, something fierce. Oh, fucking hell. All we can do is stay in this, like, horrible loop. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. 1, 9, 7, 9. Shut that shit behind us. No! Bad ghost. Liminal spaces! Fucking with liminal spaces! Technically, we're still in the basement. Technically. Sorry, it's... Now that the ambient banter is gone, I don't like it. Oh! They're just showing us scarier and scarier stuff, you know, like the American medical system. See you there, you ghost fuck. What you gonna do? Repress it! Remember, ghosts can smell weakness. Go in the bathrooms, we're going to be naught but a sitting target. Literally. Fuck. What you gonna do? Repress it! I'm caught in a loop. Been going the round. Amos, you're okay, buddy.
Speak for yourself, man.
Look, we're caught in like an infinite doctor's hallway and it is not good. What you gonna do? Repress it! Alright, if I leave the doors open, that should give us a hint as to how badly we are or are not looping. Okay. So maybe these aren't the same. That's okay. Maybe it's just a lot of blood. Okay, now that's definitely the way we came in. I don't know what Fiona's watching in the background, in the other room, but it's super chipper and upbeat. And I'm over here at near pants shitting time. Welcome to Tonal Whiplash! Yeah, also, Kakazi, you're right. The task hasn't changed yet. Alright, we've just got to back it up. Oh. Thanks, I fucking hate it! So we're I guess we're supposed to be following the blood. Fuck you guys. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Oh, fuck you, ghost. We're gonna get some spooky jump scares going on real soon. Oh, cool! Does anyone remember in what part of the In Our Basement Silent Hill? Ah, the fucking door's gone! Worst root canal ever. Oh man, I sure can't wait to find out what my guilt manifests as. Oh, one of the other things that was announced today in like the partner showcase was Blooper Team's next game. Which has one of the weirdest character designs I've seen in ages. Ishkar was like, Will's guilt is all the unbuilt Gundams behind me. And don't forget the poor army of PMCs that I left to fend for themselves for 9 years. Like, honestly, friends, I went to the pub last night, and while I was out, I left Metal Gear running so that my little guys could get extra, like, hats and guns and shit unlocked. Because there is a very distinct possibility that my PMC of 9 years was basically using homemade weapons and shit to defend themselves. Thanks, I hate it. It's alright. We can still kick. I see the other sparkly across the way. Are the sparklies? Okay. I might have forgotten to breathe. It's fine. It's fine. Again, Lizzie hasn't come back and yelled at me, so I don't know if I did give them the banana phone special. Oh, look! Spooky ass rocking chair. Hate that. And yeah, Kakazi, absolutely. And if the house eats a couple of tourists, that's just going to be great for business. What are they going to do? Prove you knew the place was haunted? Prove ghosts, Mother Hubbard. Okay, I'm still good. Still good. This is fucking massive. Yeah, Jin, exactly. That's now you're thinking with capitalism. Like, I haven't seen the Beetlejuice sequel. I probably won't until it's on, like, streaming services and stuff. But it's the idea that, why didn't that family just make insane amounts of money from having ghosts who are their friends? Like, that's an international tourist attraction right there. And Brolo, while I do agree with you, I will forever live in sadness that we never got the Shaun of the Dead Lego. I voted so hard on that. I made internet friends on that campaign. Okay. The owl has spoken. The doorway is clear. Like, let's just go into the fucking crypt from the Great Beast. Oh, fuck me! You've unlocked Crouch, which I initially read as Crunch. B to get down low. Love this. Fucking, yeah, fucking gnomes. Do you want gnomes? This is how you get gnomes. Oh, and here we have the breaker. Yay! Upstairs hallway. Wow, you're almost done. I really mean it this time. It's just the hallway, a few pictures on the wall, and then wow, you just get in that van and drive away. I can't believe you're leaving after all the things we've been through together. The things you put me through. All right, let's go get a box. I was thinking about the other day, Kakazi, and like, I wouldn't say that I have full-on claustrophobia, but there have been very few games that have been able to evoke that proper. The one that I'm personally haunted by was one of those like Control-Alt-GDC style games. It wasn't actually from GDC. It was, I want to say, one of the EGX Resds. Alright, here's the idea. Throw the pictures down the stairs. Book out! We do it all at once. All at once. Was that room glowing? Fucking probably. I never know, because I'm not going fucking in there. Now we know this game knows how to spoop us. Hadouken! You can now pack more stuff into a single box. Hooray! Tasks, the attic. You don't really want to go, do you? You want to leave this? Leave your home? You can't leave here. Your memories are here. You're here. This place is you. How much of your soul is in these walls? Without you, this isn't a home. It's just a house. Just dumb wood and plaster. Okay, you really want to leave? Really? Okay. Go on then. Go upstairs. Pack the urn. We're never getting out of this. You know this. I know this. We're never leaving. Oh, look, the house is playing nice now. I mean, rearrange the place, but still. Rearrange this as well. Swaths of this layout have completely changed. It's all nice and bright down here. Alright, who's ready to be trapped in here forever? Creepy baby room. It's fine. I don't know if you've noticed this, but it's day outside now. It's daytime, yay! That is a totally plausible stairway that I totally understand how it worked. Yeah, this makes sense. What a tall bungalow this is! We could have played a cheesy VHS game. I'm just gonna close the door and save us. Moving on. Fine, go, leave. See if I care. Just get out! Get out of my sight! You can't, can you? Get out, go! Go, see how far you get! You need me! I need you! Please stay! Nope. Nope. It's fine, I'm sure we'll be able to walk out exactly how we did. Upside down toilet. This is the worst idea. Wonky graphics, wonky physics bedroom. There's no good sleep. Empty baby room. Oh, there's the deck. Extending out into the ever-increasing void. I love this. The crib is gone, and of all the things that I am concerned of right now, the location of the crib is probably the least. Kitchen's fine. Kitchen, well... You know what? Don't even worry about it. Ah, beans. Okay, so we live here now. We live here now. This is fine. I'm pulling whatever references I can from my mind as a coping mechanism right now. This is totally normal and fine. Piss. Thanks, I hate it. You'll notice it looks like I'm zigzagging left and right. I can't stay on like a straight plane. Shit's wild. Yeah. Oh, Zine, you're right. It turns out we tried to rob the fucking trickster's bungalow and now we're paying for it. Oh, I hate that. This is fine. This is fine. It's fucking windy. Who doesn't want their own indoor, like, you know, long distance track? I don't know numbers, but apparently, you know, you're on this trip with me as well, so... Yeah, how big is the apartment? Anywhere between 900 and, you know, 100,000 square feet. It's no worry. Where did you find the Olympic-sized swimming pool? It's full of things. Okay, we've nearly made it. Whew. Okay. Shed's weird. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Not my house, not my problem. Not my house, not my problem. Get the fuck out of here. We should be able to close this up. Virals, you can have it for 50p and a fucking Freddo. I am out of here. I am gone.
I'm all packed, it's time to move away. This was never a place I could stay. The walls are clean, the carpet is so bare. I'm ready to go anywhere. I'm moving up, I'm moving on. I'm moving houses, and it is going great. I'm packing up, I'm packing in. There are more boxes for me to pack away. Moving on, it's great to leave this place. Never thought I could.
I am
change
just
my
fucking
fate.
nervous right
The
now.
box
We're
is
gonna
full,
blink
so
and back in
neatly
the
tucked
infinite
away.
horror.
All stacked
The
up
infinite
in
corridor of
the
fucking nightmares.
driveway. Moving houses.
Moving houses.
Moving houses.
Moving houses.
There are more boxes. There are more boxes to pack away.
I think we made it out. I think we made it out.
Moving houses.
Moving houses.
Moving houses. I'm moving houses. Moving houses. Moving houses. Moving houses. I'm moving houses. Gotta get away. Everything is put into its place. Things have always seemed to go that way. This house has seen all that I have been through. Its walls and rooms seem to shift and
I'm a little worried, I'm not gonna lie.
up. I'm moving on. I'm moving houses. The house is moving.
And Nick, it turns out Aloy's been working on this game without you. Go figure.
I'm packing in. There are more boxes. for
There's
me
a
to
fucking
pack
ghost.
away. It's
I
not
knew it!
bad to finally leave this place.
I will hit you with a truck!
That I had to face. I'm done again. I can move on from here. Can't escape these sinking fears because I'm moving houses.
Moving houses.
I'm moving houses.
I see you, ghosts!
That's what the clock said. I guess it's my time.
Fucking ghost neighborhood.
Houses. The house is moving. I'm moving houses. The house is moving. I didn't want this.
Fucking nightmare.
But I don't have a choice.
So many fucking...
The lights are off. It's not.
Oh, the street is called Ha Ha Ha.
There's
Fuck!
no one else here. No one else here. I just can't seem to leave. I'm always here. I've always been.
Fuck!
There is no escape.
No escape. Ah, beans! What the fuck? What the fuck? Moving houses. Yeah, apparently we only cleared the normal version. Okay, so Jin and Lance, do we need to do extra packing? Is there more going on? I'm moving houses. Okay, I'm gonna quickly look into what else there is, because I've got more in the tank, friends. We can keep going. Yeah, no, this is... What was that? It was a really, really good horror movie. It was like 1901 or something, about a super haunted hotel room, and no one in the hotel chain will believe Samuel L. Jackson that this one room is haunted, so they refuse to rent it to let it to anybody. You know, it's like this super cursed house. In comes super paranormal investigator Blokey Blokeson, who decides that he's going to spend the night in this to prove that 1701, 1901, and oh boy, I think about that horror movie fucking constantly. It's up there with The Mist for shit that stayed with me. Oh, it's 1408. Gin numbers, thank you. That's the movie. The title gets kind of crammed in my head with The Legend of 1900, which is Tim Roth. Thank you, Amos. Okay. You walked in on some gloriously messed up shit. So I tell you what, let's do cut content, even though I hate that term, I'm all for it, and then we'll see what extra packing gets us. Or moving houses. Or should we do extra packing and then cut content? What do you reckon? Moving houses. Ishkar votes extra packing. Alright, that's all the inspiration I needed. It's a Thursday night. We're moving houses. Okay. So it looks like we're going to be doing this... I'm sorry. Yeah, virals... you know what? I am going to give this a bit of a pass, though, right? Because with this title, you know... Puck out. With this title... When you're doing horror, as you well know, sometimes less is more. And so I feel like with this, choosing to cut content out to keep the pacing correct, I don't know. This is one of the few instances where I could see that being an actual thing, as opposed to traditional development where it's like, you have to cut something because it's not going to get finished, you know? You have 10 darlings and you only have development time to implement 5. Better kill 5 darlings, you know what I mean? You're right, I never did pack the ball. That was probably the secret to leaving. Moving houses. Nope. Okay, sorry about that. So it looks like initially we're just the same thing but with more stuff to move, which is fine. Oh. Moving houses. God, That's gonna be stuck in my head for days now. But yeah, it was the moment that I saw that the turning sign was ah ha 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 ha. I was like, ah, we are fucked. Oh. I mean, you could... Sorry, Fred was saying maybe if we finish on a higher difficulty, we get like a disco remix. Yeah, or we find out... We get the fucking dog ending. We get the true canonical ending. But no, I think what made 1402 or 1408 so horrifying was like the idea of messing not just with space but time. You know... I don't know, like I said, I finally read House of Leaves this year, and the way in which that...
Random aside, I'm rapidly approaching 800k mead points. Mentioning for no reason.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, I forget how many dabs happened during the, during Slugfest, but it was a lot. Biggs, actually, no, I did not see. Biggs was asking if I saw the new line of Battletech Christmas sweaters. No. Now, are they proper Christmas sweaters, or are they print-ons? Because I made the mistake of that one year during, like, an ugly sweater contest. And what they were actually giving us was... what they were actually handing out were just regular jumpers with a printed Christmas-style pattern on them. But yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this, Biggs, since you've been in, but we were going to do MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries today, but I can't do it and stream at the same time. So get off that fucking roof, you little bastards! Honestly feel like maybe we should have gone for this mode first. Oh, Fred, don't make me come over there and honor duel you. Clan Smoke Jaguar will not stand for this insult. And Lance, I did see the Pokemon Christmas collection. Not just the spheals and whatnot, but also like the Christmas ornaments and shit. And actually, Lance, that's a good point. This mode wasn't available initially, so maybe there is more to this. So, you know what? We've got time. We've got conversation and company. We can do this. I don't got anywhere else to be tonight. The one thing I do want to work out is if we can do a session on which wizard this weekend. Oh, and Lance, that's way cool. Look, blanket apology now. There is no way we are getting through a second playthrough of this with more stuff, and I'm not going to end up talking about House of Leaves. Alright? Because, okay, we've played through this once. This poor fucker is just caught in infinite loop territory. See... Oh man, that's a lot of bugs. No! No! Fucking face blocking it. No! 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 Okay. No! Damn it. It's alright, I've got an idea. Beans. Didn't work. is the challenge mode. It's okay. If you haven't read House of Leaves, it is a very good book. The downside of it is that everybody who reads it doesn't fucking shut up about it. I am no exception to that rule. See if I can kickflip this one, just in case there's another book underneath. Just someone stop jamming. Okay, Google. Play Superman by Goldfinger, because that's what I fucking need for this right now. Na 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 na. Da 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 do 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 do. Okay, just gotta hope there's nothing. There we go. Just need to give the old swift Hadouken. I wasn't doing the kick part of a kickflip. Oh no, so one of the things that's kind of fascinating about House of Leaves is there are so many points throughout the story where the people could have just fucking bugged out. And one of the discussions I've had with a lot of other folks since I read it, I need a box! Is the house aware of what it's doing? Is it an anomaly? Is it a sentient entity looking to be fucking vicious? Because it frames a lot of how you look at it. This house is, right? For whatever reason, whatever things have transpired before you set foot in this game, this house does not want you to leave. Fucking kids upstairs are gonna give me a heart attack, right? There is intent, but the thing that's kind of brought into question is who the fuck are we in this? We might be dead. We might be as trapped in this as the house per se. You feel me? And I think that frames a lot of how we look at this, you know. The reason I brought up, 1408 is because, the concept of time through forces outside of space and time is a really fun thing to fuck with. Sorry to bring up Supernatural again, but just because I've been doing a rewatch and it's kind of on my brain, is that there is a very, very good episode from the perspective of a ghost. And one of the things about it that's so powerful is how this poor trapped spirit is completely unaware that they're stuck in this loop. To them it's still 1992 or some shit, right? How time is perceived is very much part of our biological makeup. You get rid of that, what does that leave? I'm not trying to do a whoa, how crazy is that moment, but more just it's a bit it can get a bit Jeremy Bearimy, I guess is what I'm saying. I mean, when it comes to discussing at least, thematics and perception in horror, it's impossible to not talk about Supernatural at some point, because with love and respect, it is the 1,000 Monkeys, the 1,000 Typewriters. It is the show that went on so long. That touched on just about everything. Not always with the deftest of hands, but it sure was a show that existed. Sorry, I keep looking over to see if anyone's thrown any additional points. Oh. Hey, I mean, Fearless, we've all wished at some point that there were games that we could play through a second time. Also, the truck is playing the Moving Houses theme, and I find that very unsettling. Okay. Sorry, Lance was saying, you mean a show that starts with exploding ceiling lady doesn't handle subtlety? Rewatching the first episode of Supernatural is hard going. I will say that. Because it was a pilot, and, you know, we're talking about a show that, you know, started airing before The Walking Dead had already changed everything, right? So, there's more than a few times in the first episode where they literally just say out loud the thing. Telly, office chair, monitor. Okay. And Holy Bus, also same. The point where you work out that the way to win Chapter 1 is by breaking the game is one of the best realizations I've had. Like, it honestly makes me think about how if Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast weren't so... What's a polite way of putting it? Obnoxious. There are loads of things you could do with magic as a main mechanic in a story about something else. Sorry, I was thinking about this the other day, about how, like, a title in which you use the most messed up Magic the Gathering combos you can think of to, I don't want to say solve problems, but to kick a lot of ass.
What's up, baby boy?
Oh, we're in the garage. Oh, it'd be great if I could open the fucking... If I could open the, like, the side door or the garage door, this would be amazing. I know you're up there, you spooky wankers! Stop being spooky! You Resident Evil bastard! Okay, virals. That would be fascinating. So virals are saying it'd be funny if you could erase your memory of a game, and the second time you hate it, right? Like, we've all had situations where our opinion of a game or title has changed. Oh, let me grab the mallet now, because you were a pain in the ass the first time. Because I was thinking about it, the only example that pops into my mind is devs. Like an Andrew Garland vehicle from pre-Plague. Because I fucking hated it the first time I played it. Alright, you've got to go. Like, the first time I watched it. And it's become one of my favourite shows. Like, how we view media can change. Because we change. The world changes, you know? Through discussion and through interactions with others, like, we can get a tiny draw! It's so tiny. You know, we can get an understanding of media that we wouldn't have had otherwise. But the idea that you could experience art, then have it completely removed from your noggin, go at it again, and then dislike it. Going for the jump shot. Also, yeah, Lance was just saying that Inscription is an example of a perfectly marketed game. Fuck yes. It was so incredible that everything about Inscription was marketed from Chapter 1. There is nothing in the assets about Chapter 2. And that was just inspired. You know, Pony Island, Doki Doki, stuff like that. Like, they have an big reveal that once you know, you know. And you get little hints of it from the varying trailers and whatnot. But everything you watch about Inscription, it's a creepy card game where you are trapped in a cabin with a creepy guy who's making you play this awful game where the currency is teeth. You know, and if you need to give yourself an unfair advantage, you can cut out your own fucking eye. Like, Jesus! Forgot the box! Alright, what's a heavy thing I can take back? A water cooler. And then everything else about Inscription, no one sees coming. God. Yeah, no, it just... Danny Mullins is one of the peeps in the games industry that I don't know personally. And I'm not saying that, you know, I need to be his best friend. We need to go on adventures together and have matching tattoos. But of people whose noggin I'd like to pick, whose perception on how games are made and what we do with them is fascinating. Because if you think about it, he kind of got the M. Night Shyamalan treatment, right? Like, no, okay, not fully, because Pony Island wasn't a massive commercial success. In the sense that, like, it wasn't like Vampire Survivors or stuff like that. It did, like, if you knew, you knew, but it didn't sell a squillion copies. And the Hex is kind of fascinating because it is an incredible game. It does not do a good job of selling why you should play it in its marketing. But Inscription is fucking I forgot to fuck. Taking the bucket. This is a bucket. What was I fucking nattering about? Oh, just that the Hex did not have nearly the caliber of marketing that Inscription had. But what a fascinating game. And I'd love to sit down with a pint and just ask him about all this shit, you know? You know, I don't know if you all have any games that hit a similar kind of beat, like you wish you could talk to the creator to work out where that whole concept even came from. Because I get Pony Island. I get where that came from. I get the Hex, right? But where did Inscription's conception come from? That's what I want to know. What's up, baby boy? Are you waiting for dinner? And oh no, Solant. I wholeheartedly agree. That's why Inscription's marketing is so good. I'm trying to think about other titles. And I can't think about many that would have that level of restraint. I mean, the only other one that springs to mind, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, it's Metal Gear Solid. I'm sorry I keep bringing that up. But MGS2, all of its marketing assets and run-up was all about the tanker level. Which had loads of stuff in it. Like, it's not a small part of that game, but... You know, that's why everyone was so fucking hoodwinked when you play Metal Gear Solid 2 and you spend the entire time being Raiden. Everyone's like, wait a fucking second, why am I this bloke? I want to be a solid Snake. He's a right good lad. Right, the rest is. Oh wait, there's a cup in here somewhere. Oh, it's on the washing machine. And the rest is all physical stuff. Yes, Edwin. I still think about that a lot. Also, Edwin, how are you doing, friend? I wanted to. I don't know if apologise is the right word, but I was talking a lot about. It was yesterday, and it was voice acting, and I just wanted to say that as you are a professional voice actor, I didn't want you to think I was diminishing like your skills and how much you know in the sphere. But I don't know your journey from where you started to how you got to where you are, as well as I know my friend's story because, you know, I was a fan of his work, then we became friends, and I spent a larger portion of my games career trying to get him roles and being, like, overridden by people who were, you know, higher up the chain than me. And now, none of those teams could afford him. So, I don't know, it's a thing I do like talking about. And not just from a self-aggrandizing standpoint. Yeah. It was one of those things, Edwin, that I know if someone was talking about like how to sell games or community management or any of the stuff that I natter on about, if someone was talking around me about it, I would be frustrated. Like when people say, "Hey Will, have you heard of this game?" Yes. Yes, I have heard of this game. Whatever game you're about to tell me about, I've heard of it. Alright, and now for the dining room. And I should be less prickly when it comes to conversations like that. It's just... I'm good at what I do. Good at what I do. Sometimes I feel like people don't understand that. But yeah. Jumping back. So Lance, do you know what's strange? I think Spec Ops The Line did a great job with its marketing and obfuscating what it was doing. But I think they did it too well. like, for those of you that are old enough, sorry, but cast your mind back to when Spec Ops The Line actually dropped. Like, I remember all of the marketing being, oh, it's fine, just like a third-person military shooter. You know, there was no hints that it was anything more. There was kind of a cool thing around, like, you know, it was set in, like, a climate disaster Dubai, where, like, the whole city is, like, this sand-buried environment, you know. They had a cool art style that made it look like... It made it look sci-fi, even though it was quasi-based in reality. But honestly, I wouldn't have fucking touched it. You know, it didn't strike me as having anything worthy of, like, discussion or good times. And as we would find out, it's because they hid the meta-narrative elements so well. And honestly, Spec Ops would have made a lot more cash in the internet age we find ourselves now. Because also, when I stop and think about it, by the time I realized Spec Ops The Line was something special and I needed to play it, oh, Kirby! Sorry. By the time I realised it was something I had to play, there were already tons of copies, like, second-hand. It was not expensive to pick up, and I just got it from the local game station, the one I ended up working for. And, like... I don't know. Doki Doki did real well when it dropped, but that also wasn't a paid title, so... I don't know. You know what? Okay, so Moose, if I'd been responsible for the marketing around Spec Ops The Line, I think I would have taken my cues from Jacob's Ladder. In terms of like marketing it in such a way wedge myself next to it. Yeah, Lance, how are these some fucking skills? Yeah, I would have taken my cues from Jacob's Ladder. So, because when you think about it, like, it's not until the game literally looks you in the FPS eye that you really truly become aware. You know, the fucked up loading screens are like the only other early advance. The rest all kind of comes from almost like a quasi-horror where things are moving around. So I think that's what I would have done. I would have tried to emulate that whole Heart of Darkness vibe, you know. The same thing you got from the trailers for like Apocalypse Now and stuff like that. And at least given people observing the marketing this hint that like, hey, this sure... I forgot to... Shut up. Forgot the box. But I would have given people at least enough of a taster to kind of start going, wait a second, this isn't how it be. But again, it's very easy for me to talk about like advertising a milsim, well not even milsim, like did we ever come up with a good term for military-themed games that are just, you know, throwaway popcorn games? You know, I've always referred to them as shooty gun bang. But, like, you can't call Spec Ops The Line milsim. Unless you think you're simulating as a fucking mental breakdown. Does that real well. Moving houses. Okay, it's kitchen time. Call of Shooty. Yeah. Sorry, Edwin was saying CIA Black Ops cover-up simulator. Honestly, I still think that Call of Duty Black Ops is one of the biggest fucking cop-outs in video games. They could have done so much cool, fun, weird shit. And they didn't. They just went, what about the numbers? Like, that was their chance. Black Ops should have been the COD team's ODST. It should have been really messed up, and it should have got into some real fun territory. No, ends up just being another generic shooter. Though I think the original Black Ops is the one that has the JFK, Richard Nixon, Hoover, and I want to say Castro in zombie survival. I think about that one a lot. But yeah. Again, I know it's very, very easy for me to... Alright! Turn the bloody light on. There we go. I know it's very, very easy for me to sit here and go, oh, well, if I was marketing a AAA video game, here's what I would do. So Lagmeister, what do you mean, friend? Lag was saying that people that needed to play Spec Ops would respond better to a straight shooter. Nothing weird happening here. Oh shit, when did numbers become the Jarl? God, I am not on form today. It's all this house moving stuff. Book out! Oh, Lance, I don't know which of the CODs that was, and I know that would break my little brain. You know, I never recovered from what was the Ubisoft one of America going into, you know, defeat the baddies in South America because of reasons, but don't worry, there's no oversight. Oh, Lagmeister. Okay, I get what you're saying. See, in terms of how Spec Ops The Line is structured... Darn it. Sorry, I forgot to bring a box in. I don't know if there's much I would change. Like, okay. I'm not saying we remake Spec Ops The Line. Fuck that. That sounds like a nightmare task. And I'm not saying that we sequelize it, but I'm saying if... Knowing what we know now, let's assume some time travel fuckery and Spec Ops never got made. And we have decided we're making this milsim... Well, this, you know, Hollywood's idea of milsim shooter. But it's actually going to be a critique on, you know, video games and how they express and discuss violence. Cool. Brilliant. Love it. What would I do differently? Well, I mean, obviously for starters, using the techniques that we now know about of like meta-narrative, the user would have a lot more freedom in terms of how they express themselves throughout the story, right? Like, you know, so... Just trying to see if there's like a single object I can put in. There we go, dish soap. Book out! I apologize, friends. That thought completely dropped out of my head. I doubt there's anything super useful in it in the first place. Okay, so these two pans. These two houses, alike in nature, how come one of them is allowed in the box? Oh, cast iron. There we go. God. Okay, do you know what I would love to do? Just recontextualizing and changing the pace. I would love to do... essentially what Spec Ops did back then in a COD-style format. I don't know if that's even achievable, because, like, you know, a good FPS is not a cheap project to start, but... like, ever since I watched the video that Patrick did about, like, the military circus around Call of Duty, I'm thinking about it a lot. And, you know... like, if there was ever a game that really does need, like, artistic and political critique, it is definitely COD. God, I don't know if sorry, it is something I'd like to do. I just realized, I don't know if I could do it subtle, though, in any way, shape, or form. The first thing that sprung into my mind about doing like a critique style thing around COD would be... okay, quick show of hands. Has anybody here not finished the Outer Wilds DLC? Ah, beans. Alright, we're gonna have to change the topic. Alright. And to you lovely folks, you should play through... Outer Wilds. You deserve it. That's a lot of mugs. Kind of wish we had the upgraded storage for the tiny boxes. Okay. Yeah, no. I can't continue that thread because the way I would want to do it, the inspiration comes from the Outer Wilds DLC. So, anyway. Damn it. Okay, in a non-spoilery way, what else would I do to... Okay, budget, no question. What I would definitely end up doing is taking some of COD's more iconic scenes, right? And having them be a combat set piece. You then pull out to an XCOM style world map where the most likely actual repercussions of what you do are discussed, right? You know, especially the newer titles in all their ridiculousness. I think that would be a very interesting way. Also, I mean, if I wanted to just be a knobend about it, like, subtlety be damned, throughout your playthrough, the amount of military spending is calculated. So based on the weapons you unlock, fire, vehicles that you utilize and destroy, it's like, here's how much the modern military-industrial complex has valued this excursion. Let's go. Yeah, Kakazi, I wholeheartedly agree, and that's why I don't even want to try and dance around spoilers. You know, on games we were talking about earlier, I wish I could forget and replay. You know, the absolute, like, unsanctioned ruler of that is Outer Wilds. And, how are those plates 2? Kettles 3, Tupperware. Boo. I'll take the broom out. And get another box. And Bismarck, Watto and welcome. Ooh, you know what, Lance? I like that. I mean, hell, if we take inspiration from the Sniper Killer, which we almost played today, the concept that you're playing through, that you are in fact playing through propaganda, you know, that you are shown both sides of a situation. You get to play the greatest hits moment from the perspective of the American military-industrial complex, and then you get to play through it from the perspective of those receiving. You know, maybe do a little bit of the commentary that good old Hayes was looking to do 1,000 years ago and kind of biffed. Everything we're putting away is a 2 slot, and our cardboard boxes are currently 9 slots. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Yeah. And Lance, I've only watched a little bit of the first episode, which is really fucking good. But my drunk ass actually fell asleep, which is why I was so chipper today, because I got the good sleep. But yeah, essentially a similar thematics as that. Like, when you think about what the average, just on average, the average FPS hero is capable of, like, every motherfucker is basically the Doom Marine. They are the Doom guy. And this is like, what if Doom guy worked for the US military? Like, I know there are loads of, like, anime and shows and movies that experiment with that concept, but filtering it through the lens of COD, it's kind of fascinating. Again, sorry to bring it up, but it's what I've been playing loads of, but with Metal Gear, you know, you are playing as the world's greatest soldier. But I often think about just the... So, like, if we take away the physical impossibility of what these characters can do, and just talk about their impact, you know, Big Boss shows up, and an entire base of trained military people, you know, anywhere from 20 to 50 guys, with tanks, all go silent in a night. Like, what the fuck? Like, that would change the face of war forever. No. Gundam, from just a shooty gunbang perspective, pun intended, you know, we're talking about a machine that changes the entire course of a war. It actually is the golden bullet. With all its Gundinium armor and whatever the fuck. Like, it can shred through whole platoons of Zaku's. If you don't know Gundam, just super quickly, there are two factions in OG Gundam. You've got the Federation, Earth, and then you've got the colonies. Some of those colonies decided they didn't want to be Earth colonies anymore, they want to be their own thing. And so they take up some quasi-fascist fashion sense, completely bastardize a peaceful guy's ideas, and become the baddies. Sorry. They also land a colony on Australia. Bye, Australia. Anyway, the Xeon... I can't remember what their full title is. The blokes, what Xeon, come up with this new kind of weapon, the Zaku. And it is fast, it has a super cool engine, you can use it in space, you can use it on land. It kicks the absolute shit out of the Federation. And they try and develop their own counter weapons. Those end up being the GMs, which are basically like the Imperial Guard of mechs. However, one plucky scientist decides he's going to make a cool mech instead. He makes the Gundam. It is an order of magnitude more powerful than anything the Federation that Xeon has. And the only reason that a kid ends up piloting it is his dad made it, and he was the only bugger to read the manual. I mean, Lawrence, I like to describe it as parallel parked, but yes. Alright, we've almost done the kitchen. Whew. This is a marathon now. Now we're committed. What's up, baby boy? Did you have some dinner? You full and bored up? Okay, last plate. Anyway, the new show that just dropped on Netflix was made by the guy who did some of the incredible fan animations for 40k. Bathroom! Amos, you're okay, buddy. I know. Where's the bathroom? There we go. And anyway, this new show is from the perspective of a bunch of Xeon Zaku pilots. Now, who is good and who is bad in Gundam is complicated. Ultimately, the message in Gundam is war is bad. Like, war is bad unequivocally. I know, baby boy. Amos, you're okay, dude. My little guy. Why are you worrying, my little guy? Okay. Amos, you're okay. Settle. Fuck, I keep losing my train of thought. I'm so sorry, friends. Cow. Alright, let's just boil it down to teeny tiny topics so I can continue cleaning this good stuff. So, new show follows Xeon pilots when they encounter the Gundam. Rather than it being from the perspective of the Gundam pilot, where, you know, he's a bit nervous, but he's in a super weapon, and he kind of muddles his way through the early fights. This is from the people that this thing just shreds apart. Like, this is a single mech that can turn whole platoons of giant robots into, you know, tiny little baked bean cans. And imagine facing that down, right? The idea of doing the same thing with like a Call of Duty protagonist could be fascinating. Because like, what are the properties of a COD shooty gunbangsman? 1, they have regenerative healing. They have both super speed, super strength, and inhuman amounts of stamina. Right, I don't know. I don't care how good a shape you're in. No one can roadie run like that for hours on end without rest. Edwin says, Gundam is a horror movie slasher villain is something I'm here for. Yep, it's on Netflix right now. It's a 6-episode miniseries. And a great example in things that Games Workshop could have had if they weren't nubbins. Alright, we're back to the even numbers. But yeah, so like, when you stop and think about it from like a real world perspective, a lot of video game protagonists are like impossible creatures. And, like, you know, we've all seen the, what was it? Hyrule's, what was it? Hyrule's air-to-ground tactically deployed twink. You know, the reason why Ganon keeps losing is because the Hyrulean royalty have a fucking WMD on their payroll, who is a non-speaking psychopath with several degrees in engineering. Like, that kind of shit's funny. It's just, with COD, it's so directly tied into real-world military nonsense that you can't divorce the two. And I don't mean how, like, it's designed to train. It's not armor. But it is certainly intentionally glorifying. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's something that we could do if we wanted to create something similar to the impact of Spec Ops: The Line. You know? But, again, honestly, it's very easy for me to sit here putting towels in a box and talking about this great critique of AAA shooters that we're going to make. And so I don't know about you, friends, but I don't think that's something I'm going to be doing tonight. No, yeah, it's okay. So, Kakazi, yeah, in Halo, the Chief is a biologically engineered super weapon.
Okay, premise, it Gundam but Steve Urkel is the pilot. It's a horror/comedy for both sides of the war.
You know what? I don't know enough about Steve Urkel as a character and the person who played him to comment. And I was going to make a joke about Jim Carrey as a mech pilot and then realised, what is the Sonic 2 movie? Ah, I forgot a fucking box. Thank you for the 500. How are you? Watto and welcome. I forget which show Steve Urkel was from predominantly, but it wasn't one we had in the UK.
Family Matters.
It's Family Matters, okay. It's weird the shows we did get. Didn't get Family Matters, did get Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
God, that feels like so. That's the most like dividing thing. That how has that never come up?
We don't talk about Family Matters. We also don't talk about family very often.
I don't know where Steve Urkel is from.
No, I know where he's from, but I don't know enough about the character or the guy who played him to say whether or not he is good or evil.
Oh no, definitely for good.
Okay.
God, at least I hope so.
Okay, but right, like there's a part of your brain that's like, wait a second, what if?
Could be bad. I don't know.
We decided to do the clean up the whole house mode, and I'm only on the first floor. There's so much to put away. I'm a sucker for it. I'm a sucker for a dad game. It's good for.
Like we're literally. This is literally gonna be a life in like weeks.
Yeah. Well, the thing that scares me is like, is it going to be me helping you, or are we both going to be panicking for 2 weeks? Who fucking knows?
We don't know.
There's literally nothing we can do to change it. Oh. Can throw objects further. Okay, it's going to start. Now's when it starts getting weird. We've got the forgotten bedroom. Moving houses. Huh. And I didn't know that Steve Urkel played the voice of Sonic in the 90s cartoons. Huh. Those cartoons were so much better than they had any right to be. Sonic Underground was weird, but I loved it. Strange times. Strange. Ah, I remember you. Fucking Brittany. Fucking Brittany the realtor. I will say that as a haunted story, it's the upside down. Oh. No, it's not the upside down living room, but the living room has changed around. Okay. I do kind of like the idea that if we are also dead, right? Spooky! So it's fan, gaming chair, and lamp. Oh, how to fly a dragon. That's cool. Let's get these out of here now. But the idea that if it's not just the house that is haunted, but we are also haunting it, we are also dead. The idea that all our ghostly form can remember is like these vague genericisms of our previous life. Like, that's not the person who sold us the house, but that's all that we can remember is this generic idea of a realtor. Like, I'm kind of curious as to what this is going to entail. This kind of like replay through, because the only way we can unlock this is having played it through first. So is it going to acknowledge that we know we're dead? Or that we're trapped? Only one way to find out. Keep going. Brittany, I said I'd have your check tomorrow, God! And yes, Lance, it is very handy from a development standpoint that your character can only remember their life through easily acquirable stock footage flashbacks. You know, sometimes you get lucky like that. No. 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 Anyway, I think the reason why I keep coming back to this whole thing of, like, observing the impossible protagonist is just because I was so excited for Haze when it was in production. Like, it really did have the potential trappings to be one of the great games of our time. And it has since reminded me that regardless of how prolific or how well known a team is before they create something, it's no guarantee that what they make next will be perfect. Exactly, Amos. Exactly. Yeah. The most FPS of FPS. Sorry, Lance. I might forget what day of the week it is, or major, dates and events in my life, but I'm cursed to remember everything about Haze and what it said it was going to be. Just real quickly for, like, VOD watchers or people that, didn't suffer through the PS3's early launch titles. Haze was supposed to be the next gen in FPS, and the big hook was that you start off as a... Oh, that's it. You start off as a beefcake supermarine a la the Chief, and then your power suit gets broken and it turns out that you've been drugged and brainwashed. And actually, you really have been killing people the bad way. Okay. Upstairs bedroom next. We're making progress. We're doing it. We're doing it. Yeah, it was a Halo killer, which was the style of the time. But the hook of it was supposed to be that... And I think the fact that they talked about this hook before they showed us, that should have been the big warning. Oh, good. Upstairs living room's here. Oh, good. Upstairs is here. Alright, get your spoops in now. Wham, 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 wham. Are you spooping or are you just weird physics? Alright, let's get the telly out of here first. But yeah, so one of the big hooks was that when you start playing Haze, it's going to be very much like a traditional FPS. Like, you go blah, 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 and someone goes, oh, I've been shot! And they fall to the ground, and then they fade. Because that was how we did garbage collection of corpses back then. You know? I know, Amos, I know. What are you talking about, Akira Zero? This is obviously just a tiny bungalow with a very large upstairs. I don't know what's not to understand. But yeah, so the idea with Haze was like all the stuff you expect from an FPS, and then once your super suit gets broken, you stop taking your, the magical drugs that the evil corporation have been giving you. I'm gonna get the picture now. You come to realize that, yeah, when you shoot people, they go down and they scream, they bleed and die. That all the things that you thought were video game mechanics were actually, your conditioning, your drugged up noggin hiding from you. There's a very good Black Mirror episode that does this concept way better. Anyway. Katie Stackoff's in it, I believe. Remember rightly. Okay, out of the way you. Man, whatever this fucking bed is my newest enemy. But yeah, so it was essentially pre-announcing that it was going to do meta-narrative fuckery with us. And I don't know. Not to be all, you gotta show, don't tell, but I think if you're explaining to the user the meta-narrative elements before they've seen them, like... And Lance, I've been pondering We Happy Few a lot recently. Somebody I know down the pub recently did a playthrough of it, and they had a great time. But they knew nothing of the marketing, they knew nothing of, like, the story behind it and everything. And, I wonder if I need to give We Happy Few another shot. Put it through the lens of, like, Longshipian critique, rather than in response to a marketing campaign they put up. I mean, that's a conversation for another time. But yeah. ultimately, for the story of Haze, it had a really troubled development, and when it finally released, it's supposed to be an air quotes Halo killer, and it was just bad. You know, from how the story is presented to you to even just like the gameplay and level design of it, it was not fun. And for a game that had been supposedly in development for so long, it felt insanely rushed. You know, we're talking like Colonial Marines levels of rushed. And no, I don't say that lightly. So, but I'm still sitting on that concept, right? You know, how your perspective, especially your perspective from gameplay standpoint, and how your experience would be seen from anybody who had to fucking live the other side of it. That's something that's stayed in my noggin since. There's so much with that concept that could be worked on. I don't know. I've got a really good rhythm for this packing. This is good practice. Indeed, Lance, so many Halo kills this time, and so few survived. You know, I think about Killzone as well. If we're just going to talk about Halo killers, because we've got a lot of packing to do, so we might as well have it now. Like, Killzone was such an interesting example of, you know, an incredibly talented team, a great group of people working together, and ultimately making something that didn't really say anything. You know, generic space Nazis invade Earth, but they're not real Nazis, but they kind of are. You know, with some overtones of, like, you know, anime sci-fi storylines we've seen. Generic protagonist good guy. Like, and we know that team is incredible. Like, Horizon Zero Dawn didn't come out of nowhere. But yeah, Sony told them, make us a Halo killer. And they made Killzone. Wait, no! I need to shush my whole mouth. Because Killzone dropped on the PS2. That was to my knowledge, the first Killzone title was on PS2. I think it might have predated Halo. You know what? Once we're done with this, I'll go over the dates and whatnot, because now I'm curious. Sorry, Edwin was just mentioning the. Remember when Duke Nukem Forever had a 2-weapon limit just because that was how everybody did it? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah. Where's my movie about the development of Duke Nukem Forever? And no, this isn't a bit, I'm serious. Where's my documentary movie about Duke Nukem Forever? Oh, Amos, you're okay, buddy. You got the burps. You got the burps. That's a movie I'd like to watch. There's a documentary online about the creation of Hellboy and how it became an empire, which I'm probably going to give that a watch, you know, at some point. Oh shit! Okay, so Fearless, I must have gotten my whole timings completely screwy. So Fearless is saying that Killzone came out around about the time that parkour, almost that Halo 2 was launching. Long shot. Parkour. Beans. I have a shot. Parkour. Beans. 3 points! still remember when we did that in Black Mesa. Makes me happy. So yeah, I guess I retract what I said. You know, I guess I remembered it correctly the first time. Killzone was designed to be an air quotes Halo killer. Do you know what? I still remember the whole fucking the mascot era of video games. Ah, it was a shot and a half. Alright. Bedroom is done. Totally normal bedroom is sorted!
Amos, you're okay, buddy. You're okay. I know. Your eyes looking so much. Alright, you can have attention, or you can settle. Don't run away from me. I try and love you!
Okay, can pack more stuff in a single box. Love it. Now time for the upstairs ensuite. And Fearless, that sounds 100% right. Fearless was saying that the Killzone dev team approached the Halo dev team at E3 and apologized for the whole like Halo killer marketing, saying, well, that's the marketing peeps, not us. And yeah, honestly, at best in the video games industry, two teams will have kind of like a competitive rivalry. Amos, you're okay, dude. You're okay. And so Edwin, People Make Games could do a good one on... Baby boy, you're okay. Could do a great one on Duke Nukem Forever, but I think I'd want something that was more of a... I don't know. Give me the dramumentary on that one. I want professional actors playing out all the weird bullshit that must have happened. You're okay, Amos. You're okay. Yes, we'll get Paul Rudd to play Randy Pitchford. Fucking great. But, like, I forget who it was that was heading it up before Gearbox took over. Alright, friends, bear with me just a second. Bear with me just a second. Sorry about that, folks. I have returned! Oh, actually, hold on one more sec. Okay. That way none of you have to hear the chunky soup noises. And actually, Lance, just jumping off of that, like John St. John. Okay, so we're gonna do the documentary, the dramatized documentary of the creation of Duke Nukem Forever, and like. I need you to understand, I am thinking this is going to be somewhere between, like, the fucking Disaster Artist and, I don't know, you know, pick your favorite, you know, dramatized, comedy-flavored nonsense. And here's what we do. John St. John is playing Duke Nukem throughout it. You know, I'd go full ridiculous. Not quite Weird Al biopic, because I want the facts to be core. Like, not a lot of people know this, but Weird Al and Madonna didn't date, but Madonna did start a cocaine empire in South America. Moving houses! And to Cake June, what a welcome. We're doing the extended packing of Moving Houses. And I am determined now. We are officially more than pot committed. But yeah, having Johnson John playing Duke, and having him either be like the in-character narrator of the whole thing, or yeah. But he's not just, like I said, he's not just narrating as Duke, he's critiquing. Like, you could do so much with that. Me box! Oh no! She will trap me box! I will say though, I still think Yahtzee's concept on how to do a Duke Nukem revival is something I'd love to do. Especially seeing as, basically, Dad of War did it, but for Kratos. Keep thinking about that. For those of you that weren't, you know, for those of you that weren't super into the Escapist during the golden years, so TLDR is, as a bit, I don't remember if it was an April Fool's bit or what have you, but good old Zero Punctuation did a review of Duke Nukem Forever, which at that point was still a joke that it was ever coming out. Maybe it should have stayed a joke. But, you know, despite some silly jabs at like AAA control schemes and whatnot, ultimately it was the pitch of, so Duke is a dad now, and he's having to balance his like sexist bullshit with the fact that, oh crap, he's a father and responsible for someone, you know. Him actually being responsible for another person and how that, you know, changes and recontextualizes how he treats people, you know, which sounds pretty fucking good. Kind of like how Kratos had to become a dad. He wasn't a great dad to start with, but he gets there. You know, a guy whose whole modus operandi is, I'll fucking kill you, having to learn to raise and not kill a child. Like, that's pretty powerful. And I'd love to do the same thing with Duke Nukem. Alright, upstairs hobby room. We'll get the big stuff out first and then start boxing. A beard and a beer gut. I mean, so Ozine, I don't know. In terms of Duke's design, I'd actually keep him pretty much the same. I wouldn't do like I wouldn't do full-on breakdown mode, right? But what I would do is keep him and his ridiculous, like, Arnie parody style exactly how it is, but make everybody else a little bit more real people. Like, think how when certain celebrities get old and they go down the all or nothing plastic surgery route, that's how I would do Duke. He's still buff, he's still, you know, tanned, but it's definitely fake. I could keep all of that, but then everybody else around him would look normal, making him grotesque by comparison. That's how I do it. You know, he looks like somebody who's creeping up to 50 and pretending like he's 32. Almost as if he's not a real person. Orzine, you're getting the themes here. You know, that everything about Duke's personality and how he acts, they're all pop culture references from movies, you know, from the 80s. In 2025, right? Like, those references were old when he was making them. Alright, the computer. Alright, let's get the little things off the desk so I don't yeet them into the sun by mistake. I love lamp. Good darn it. Hitchcock says, hey, I don't need to be called out for my Big Trouble in Little China references. Well, you're good. Also, that movie is fucking brilliant. And so is They Live and stuff like that, but it's more the point that if you look at Duke as a person, he is someone who spends his entire time quoting, like, old action movies, getting swole, and objectifying women constantly, right? That strikes me as a certain kind of person that one can encounter online. You know what I mean? Sorry, go get some sleep. It's good to see you, and I'm glad you have internet. But yeah, no, when we start with that concept for Duke and roll with it, like, there's a lot that can be done and said. And it's also, as I know Phyllis will bring it up, the manly men doing manly things, or the punchline is machismo, addressed a little bit of this. But I think we could go like a step further on it. And ultimately, it's, you know, if we're making this game, ultimately, the moral of the story wouldn't be that he's an irredeemable dickhole. Ultimately, the moral of the story, if I'm getting to make it, it's like that anyone can be better. Because, I don't know, I think that's an important kind of message to say. It's never too late to start being kind. It's never too late to start thinking about people as people. That's what I do with it. But once again, it's very easy for me to sit here and say that, but I don't actually have to make the game. You know? But as for the movie on what happened with Duke Nukem Forever, fuck it. It's just, so long as the Duke is playing the narrator of it. I do like the idea of doing something that, for the opening, it's, you know, all the events depicted in this dramatized documentary actually happened, but we got actors because otherwise you wouldn't believe us. You're okay, baby boy. You know, Orzine, I think there was a time during the Mikey Newman era where they would have had enough self-awareness to do it, but I can't see Pitchford signing off on that. Actually, Lance, that would work very well. Lance was saying, you know, for the Duke game, like balancing that juxtaposition of having to maintain the old Duke for like brand sponsorship deals and shit like that. God, that could work very, very well. And then going on to like, but ultimately aliens douche. Fucking spooky bullshit. I know you did that to me earlier. Why did I forget? But having him, you know, at least having to reenact the ass kissing, Duke Nukem eats ass, confirmed today. The fact that he has to kick the shit out of a whole bunch of aliens as he has done in the past, you know, having to strike that juxtaposition of trying to be the better him while also having to do the shit that he's famous for, you know, protecting Earth. Yeah, need a few rough drafts, but that's a good way to take it. Yeah, you're right, Lance. Duke's never going to get that kind of love. No. But, you know, it is what it is. I think these kinds of thought exercises are fun, and you know, at some point, if I can get hold of a copy, we'll do we will do Eat Lead, The Legend of Matt Hazard, which firstly has fucking Neil Patrick Harris and Will Arnett in it, and is also a parody of, you know, most video game protagonists that came out of that era, but predominantly a tongue-in-cheek look at Duke Nukem. Like, the whole premise of that game is not Duke, Matt Hazard, has been offered a brand new video game role, and he hasn't had a video game in ages. It's been so long. Like everything has been left on the back burner. But now he's getting his new game. He's getting his career back on. This is the start of his reinvention. Whereas what's actually on the tables is he's supposed to be killed in the beginning of this new game, so that his successor, the sequel character, so that the Raiden to his, you know, Solid Snake can take over. Whereas he actually ends up subverting the game, and the rest of it is kind of some bizarre meta-narrative. And Lance, he can learn. He can learn. Alright, and that's another building done! Room done. Pukow! It's another upstairs bathroom. I wish I could put more stuff in boxes. No, Lance, one, you're welcome. But two, also, it's a fun exercise because, you know, let's just get Creepy Baby over and done with. Damn, that's a creepy baby. Damn, that's one creepy ass baby. Upstairs bathroom. Where's that? No. Here we go. Oh, baby, Getty images. But again, the fact that it's kind of Genera baby, that's where my personal theory of we are also a ghost. We are also trapped in this loop. Because we can't even remember our fucking kid. All we can remember is the generic idea of a baby. Like, tell me that doesn't sound like some fucking haunted spirit madness. But also, like, Lance, I think this is a really good exercise, and again, for stories that we create that encourage empathy or celebrate kindness, you know, the cozy movement. The cozy movement doesn't have a lot of redemption arc stories. And I don't mean redemption arc like Sekiro, where, oh, I was beaten up so badly and I must learn how to beat people up again. Like, not that kind of redemption arc, but the idea of somebody who was a piece of shit becoming not a piece of shit. Oh, Fearless, way cool. I fucking love the record store in Kind Words too. I've spent so much time recommending people stuff. It is a good thing that my name is not attached, otherwise they might start thinking I don't do anything else. But, sorry, jumping back. You know, I do think that those kinds of stories are important. Like, okay, like, cast your mind. Cast your mind into the great net. Think of video games that are about a redemption arc. The character starts off as a piece of shit, becomes a good guy. Not, and I don't mean in terms of conflict, and it can't end with exploding self-sacrifice style. Alright? I mean, I'm sure there is something like it out there, but, you know, I was thinking about Wolfstride, which is a game I fucking love. But in Wolfstride, again, your character doesn't really change. You just find out the character. The Grinch, the movie, the video game. That is weird psychological torture, and you know it. Because I was thinking, like, maybe Nico Bellic in GTA 4. Not really. Like, Nico doesn't change. Like, fucking boxes! Fuck. Nico doesn't really change, but we find out that he's more complex and more justified in his weirdness. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a hard question. Nathan Drake. You know what? No, I think Nathan is a good example. We could have played the cut content, but we decided to clean up this entire house. And now I'm pot committed. Like, we're doing this. That's one more fucking towel. Actually, you know what? Just bring in the towel with us. Pop it in a box outside the van. Jobs are good. Yeah. Unity physics, let's go! Actually, no, Orzine, Altair, I think, is a good example. No, okay, he's not a great example, but Altair is a character that starts off as a pisshead and a womanizer, and through joining the League of Super Stabby Gentlemen, becomes an individual who takes responsibility and care over others before himself. When you meet Altair at the beginning, he is a self-obsessed bad word, and by the time that series ends, oh, fucking shark, I hate it. Just look at the tail, And by the time the Assassin's Creed 2, like, arc ends, like, he is... No, you're right, I'm thinking of Ezio Auditore, not Altair. Thank you. Man, I didn't realize my brain was so mushy. It's almost like 4.5 hours of packing boxes has driven me up the wall. Yeah, Ezio is a good example. But, again, it's hard to think of someone who's a real shit eel that has a full-on redemption arc and lives. I'm really hoping that, much like with Ezio, there's some other characters that I'm just not thinking of right now. There's gotta be. Okay, any other big items? Oh, the boxes of documents. Just chuck them downstairs. Whoop-ah! Oh, beans. We're making good time, though. Whoop-ow! Do not help. Do not hire me to move your shit. Just, I'm gonna say this now. I'm not here to help. Actually, I will. I forgot a fucking box. I will say, alcohol plus moving stuff, definitely a great idea as long as you're not driving. The reason why I'm not much use when other people are moving houses is because I have noodly arms. Apparently I just love chucking shit around as well. Tiny night! I'm trying to see if I can remember where the jump scares were in the underground. That'll be the challenge. Dragon Rider! Oh yeah, so Fearless. Fearless was saying that the cinnamon cider at my local, the brewery is down the road. Yes, so that is slightly furry. They are an independent brewery in Seattle, and apparently they do like Smash Bros nights and all kinds of cool fun stuff. So if you're a cider drinker and or nerdy or furry, then they are absolutely worth going over to say hi howdy to. Lamp, radio, picture. Yeah, I think we can get all these in. Dooba-doo, doo. I know the room's all packed up. This side is really, really good. I met the people who run it. They're a lovely lot. I've got a bunch of their stickers here somewhere. Okay, upstairs hallway. This is where it's about to get fucking spoopy.
An octopus became the mascot of the NRA. It was the most well-armed animal.
Get out! Shadow Realm! Not expecting you. And then please come back. Thank you. Is that baby crying? Fuck you. I know you're gonna... Get the flashlight. I love the flashlight. Yay! Fucking ghosts! Yeah. You don't get to spook me. Okay, down to the basement. Fucking spoopy ass ghost shit. No. No! I know you're gonna do it. I know you're gonna do it. Ah, I fucking knew you were gonna do it. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. These ghosts have got to fucking go! Doesn't fit, don't worry about it. Just gonna run. Just gonna run. Oh! Yeah, I forgot about the pool table. Play that jam. I fucking love static. Alright, there's the poster. Now it's time to rat on our co-workers. The door is 1797. Fuck. Stock footage of co-workers. My least favorite thing. Oh shit. Someone put the stapler in the jelly. Alright, there's no way that was there the first time. I would have spotted that. Here's my stapler. Whose stapler is this? Somebody needs the stapler. Well, we know where it is. Alright, I'm gonna try going in one of the bathrooms, because I never did the first time. At least we don't have to pack up the public bathrooms. The director. Get back to work! It's not even a demotivational poster, it's just a poster that yells at you. Okay. So if we're here, this means we're kind of on the back half of the adventure. However... 0, 4, 5, 1. Worth it. Oh, 1979. I'm sure that date has no significance. Now it's time to go see the dentist. I bet it's not a reference. Fred said, redemption arc without dying. Ooh. Although, Fred is... This is why I like hanging out with you, Fred. You give me the points that make me, basically quasi-beatbox 3. Oh, fucking doctors! I knew I should have... Disgruntled gremlin noises. So Edwin, that's the thing, right? Like, it's... and Moose, it's a fascinating conversation because Darth Revan and you, it's a philosophical question. If you remember nothing of being who you were, you know, if you have already gone through ego death, are you redeemed? And I guess the thing with KOTOR is, like, it asks you, who are you now? What is important to you? Is it revenge? Like, do you want revenge on those that wronged you? The things that you have lost? Okay, it should be blood here. There we go. Like, that's the choice that you make. And, see, this is where it's like an interesting philosophical discussion. Because Akira's saying, like, can you have a redemption arc if you can't remember your memories? You know? At that point, it's more like fucking Dennis Quaid from Total Recall. Is it Dennis Quaid? like, Arnie's character in Total Recall does not have a redemption arc, but the bad person and him end up being two separate concepts. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Nope. Beans. Ah, there we go. Found the blood. Oh, look. A happy, good time. Douglas Quaid. Trickle down dark side. Good old fashioned capitalism. But no, so what's interesting, so Edwin was saying, I don't know if that was in Nameless One. God darn it. Alright, my brain's drawing a blank, and I think that's just because I've been pushing it a little hard of late. But... piss bins. Hopefully I haven't fucked us on this one. I wasn't supposed to go out of the operating theatre. I was supposed to... Oh, fuck sticks. Oh, I'm sorry, friends. I fucking broke it because I was talking about shit. Yeah, the Nameless One from Planescape Torment. Everybody knows you and the bad shit that you have done. So you're kind of having to do the heavy lifting. But for things that you, as the player, as that iteration, were not responsible for. No, this should be... Darn it. Fuck sticks. Sorry, friends. I'm having to do the maze again because I walked out the back way because I was thinking so much about, like, you know, the Darth Revan concept. It feels like the maze has moved. I hate this. There's no fucking jump scares. Certain parts of this maze are on loops, so it's trying to find the unlooped section. Damn it. Okay. So there's door. There's blood. Alright, so we're going this way. But no, like, at least for the sake of this conversation, I would not say that with Planescape Torment, it's not a redemption arc story, right? Because, I mean, Edwin, you nailed it on the head. It's somebody else's massive fuck up, and you've just been burdened with it. You didn't do the thing. There we go. Whew. Like, you're not responsible for those things, but you are having to take responsibility for things that you didn't do. So at that point, like, the ego death is essentially separating it drastically. But with Darth Revan, you have the choice. Whether you choose to then become... No. Whether you then choose to take up the mantle of Revan again, or whether you choose to become this new person that you found, right? Again, now I'm thinking, like, yeah, what games have a proper redemption arc that don't involve self-sacrifice at the end? Okay. So Fred was just pointing out that if you take, like, you know, Sagat from, you know, from Streety has a redemption arc, and that's true. Right, there are the trailers. And then... because the others was hard to find. The one we had to really run for was the last bit. There's the gate. Okay, no, we need to go this way. Sorry. Aeon, I wouldn't say that Celeste is a redemption arc. You know, that is a lot of very personal analogies about the self, right? You know, they're not an individual that needs redeeming per se, but acceptance of their own self. That's their whole arc, their burden. But yeah, it's a tricky one, right? Because especially in video games, you know, acts of conflict or self-destruction are kind of baked in mechanically. So they're much easier to do, right? Let's turn this on. Whee! Get me with the fucking drop again. You learned how to crouch, yeah! Well, so Fred, I've been thinking about it, like, the protag from Telltale's The Walking Dead to start with, whether or not he's on a redemption arc is actually up to you. Because when you start out, he's either, like, an innocent man who got trapped up in the, you know, the American judicial system, or he's a bad guy and he went away because he was supposed to, and, you know, now he's finally getting out. Okay, lights are on. I think the last thing we have now is, was it hallway and then... yeah, so now it's back to hallway. Oh, so we've got to go get the box. And then I think it's Jobs the Good one. See, this is why it becomes so fascinating, because, like, in games, our input into the narrative isn't something that can be discounted, right? So I would say there are certain games where whether or not it's a redemption arc comes down to us, and that's okay, but it's a very, very different maneuver. Look, Fred, I'm still trying to process the fact that Heihachi is awful to every single one of his blood relatives, but is the sweetest granddad and, like, the most supportive, like, parental figure to a fucking bear. As soon as I manage to get myself a fight stick, possibly Sadlin has one I can borrow. Alright, I will be getting back into Tekken, because I have a copy of Tekken 8 now. And we are almost done. Then all we have left is cut content, and we have done the whole fucking thing. So far, the stapler is the only thing I've noticed that we didn't have the first time round. Aeon says, Firewatch is the closest thing in my library. And again, Firewatch, you decide who you are. If you're running away from your problems, like how you're dealing with them, your responses create the character, essentially. You're less playing a character that's given to you and more shaping them as you play it. Does that make sense? Like, self-reflection and Oh, okay, no, we have spooky long hallway, and then we're out of here. Like, self-reflection is not the same as redemption, right? Okay. Alright, it's time for the fuck you hallway! And yeah, Lance, it's hard to define a redemption arc in a story where you choose who the character is. Now, good old Mr. Marston, he is technically on a redemption arc. It's just... we don't know him when he is in his downward arc. So does that count, do you reckon? I feel like it does. Basically, for those who haven't played good old Red Dead Redemption 1, the main character, he was a bad man. He was a very bad man. He got caught. And in exchange for bringing worse people to justice, him and his family are getting clemency. Wait, not clemency. They're getting a pardon. It's also the interesting thing that while you're playing as him, like, he loves his wife and kid. Like, he will respectfully and politely turn down propositions by sex workers because he's like, no thank you, I'm happily married, but go you. Mr. Marston. Okay, spooky hallway. I'm sorry, what? I couldn't hear you over the house! What did you say? Ah, thanks, spinning chairs. Spares. Ah. Alright, extendo house done. Do-do-do-do. Hope you're ready to get the song stuck in your head! Woo!
I'm all packed, it's time to move away. This was never a place I could stay. The walls are clean, the carpet is so bare. I'm ready to go anywhere. I'm moving out. I'm moving on. I'm moving houses. And it is going great. I'm packing up. I'm packing in. There are more boxes. For me to pack away. Moving on, it's great to leave this place. Never thought I could change my fate. The box is full, so neatly tucked away.
Trying to see if I can read some more of the
stacked up in the
signposts.
driveway. Moving houses. Moving houses. There are more boxes. There are more boxes to pack away.
So the thing we talked about earlier, about the game that was like, oh, well, we're using AI for the songs and radio, but I'm sure it's fine. And they spent moving houses. This is perfect.
Moving houses. Gotta get away.
You know, this doesn't need AI-generated Creed to make this ending credit scene good, you know what I'm saying?
That way. This house has seen all that I have been through. Its walls and rooms seem to shift and move. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm moving houses.
Yep, AI could never generate moving houses.
And I am feeling good. I'm
Stop.
packing up.
Oh yeah, there we go. There's the corner of ahaha. And fuck you. Damn.
Boxes for me to pack away. It's not sad to finally leave this place, scarred from the things that I had to face. I'm done again. I can move on from here. Can't escape these
Aeon,
sinking
yes.
fears because I'm
GLaDOS in Portal 2. Redemption arc. First I want you dead. Now I just want you gone.
That's what the clock said.
She literally has to deal with the taste of her own medicine. She doesn't die at the end. She does make sentient life that she can then torture, but, you know, steps.
But I don't have a choice.
Meta Knight from Kirby. Alright, I'll give you that one.
The lights are off. It's not my home. There's no one else here. I just can't seem to leave. I'm always here.
Fred says, wait. kind of redemption arc if you're the face and the main character of the game. All GLaDOS was protecting herself from Chell's horrible, unwanted aggression. We're back again, moving houses. Find more boxes. Welcome home. That's the fucking thumbnail right there. That's the thumbnail. Okay, so to recap, the only thing we got in the second playthrough was the stapler from Office Place stuck in some jello. Alright. I'm just gonna go straight into cut content before I lose momentum. Oh! The cut content is being scared! Okay, so this is an early version of the basement section. Originally it was supposed to be part of the game. We went deeper and deeper underground. Eventually the basement was redesigned to what wasn't the full game. But this section was saved. Share with players who finished the game. Enjoy! Fuck you. We decided that we weren't shitting our players up quite enough. Huh. It doesn't seem to have the ghosts in it. Okay. So this stuff is pretty much... This so far is as we remembered it. The jukebox is a little further here, so it does the... Where's the sign? Oh, it just go further down. Okay. Spooky's House of Jump Scares, is that you? Swear to fuck. It still has the toilet, the linchpin of this whole section. Fuck you. Ooh. Oh, get me with the old flipsy daisy. Wait, do I have to go under here? Oh yeah. Cool. I guess in this version, this earlier version of the game, you've got the crouch. You can't leave! Yay! That's so good. Okay, I'm going to put that one to the group. So Akira Zero is putting forward the idea that Edgeworth from the Ace Attorney series has a redemption arc. I can see it. I can see it. Fuck you, mate. I can't believe you've done this. Tell you, we send the frog detective into this. He'd solve this case in minutes. It's ghosts, the frog detective would say, and they never came back. The end. Who do you think would win in a fight? Frog detective or duck detective? Sorry, it's pushing 10 o'clock. I'm asking the hard-hitting questions. Amos is getting his feeties cleaned. He's fine. For those of you who are new here, he is fine. He does not like his feeties being cleaned. That's my boy. Duck Detective is hard-boiled. I think... Of all the times, Amos. You're trying to give me a wee heart attack, boy. Look at these little mices. No cheeses for us mices. Oh. Oh. Oh, piss you. Like now they're just now they're just boxing us in. You know what? That's probably it. The one bit in the game you crouch for was because it was originally designed to be part of the main mechanics. This seems safe and fine, everybody. I see no reason we shouldn't go down here. We have to crouch as well. It's like a tiny little claustrophobic stairwell. What's not to like? I'm moving houses, moving houses. Something, something, rats. What's up, buddies? No cheeses for us Mises. Lead the way. With my brains and your rats, we'll make an excellent team. The brain rot has taken me. I'm gonna stay here and wait for my rats. My god, rats, are you doing? You led me the wrong way. Amos is living his worst life in the other room. I can't believe you're cleaning my feet. I can't believe you've done this. Oh, there we go. You guys were no help in the last bit. Which rats do we like better? Let's try left again. On the subject of games I wish I could forget and play again, was it the Later Alligator is definitely on it. Sorry, I was thinking of like anthropomorphic animals. And I was like, you know what? That game was something special. Are you rats getting slower? Oh, nope. Okay. Use the breaker to exit level. Congratulations, you finished the original basement of cut content. We hope you enjoy this look at the game in the earlier state of development. I can never leave. Alright, so let's do another round of extra packing and see if there's anything we missed. Moving houses. Okay. No more. No more. No more. No more. I'm glad we did that. That was a great game, a great background for conversation, and we just 100%ed that shit. All Chivos, let's go. What a lovely way to spend an afternoon. An evening, I guess. Yeah, box it up, kids. We're done. Oh. Yeah, all along, we were the ones who were trapped. put some Sonic jams on while we're chilling and illy. There we go.
Musical
Hey!
notes. You can pack up any time you like, but you can never leave.
Yeah.
Musical notes.
Very, Hotel California, by the pool. Oh yeah, Lance, at least now someone else knows. Moving houses. Oh, no, that was a brilliant game. And
Will has a new way to set fire to the cardboard factory. He calls it his boxing match.
oh, okay, yeah, I see what you did there. Akira Zero, I see what you did. And also, thank you for a 500. Like, each of those alerts you're throwing in is $5 to keeping me alive. So thank you. Yeah, Kakazi, go get some sleeps, and to all who seek it, go get the good sleep. I will find a lovely Mother Hubbard for us to raid into in just a second, but I kind of wanted to encapsulate my little thoughts on that one. So, like, 1, that was really good. 2, the liminal space horror stuff was definitely the kind of things we were expecting, but what I didn't take into consideration is that, you know, we are definitely trapped in a fucking loop in that, you know. That is not the story of a person trying to leave a house. That is a troubled spirit that can never leave. You know, and when you think about how, while the house did shift and move, you know, what was the little narration, you know, the tasks that we were being given? Because I think that's us talking to us. Like, whatever happened to us in that house, we could never leave. Are we still alive but trapped in this liminal space? Are we dead? Forever trying to escape this place that we can't walk away from? I don't know. That's the shit that will keep me awake later tonight. Yeah! Lance saying every 500 bits is another box for Will to store his worries into and put away. Even after Slugfest, you couldn't put enough bits on me to make those worries go away. But I love the idea that you try it. Sorry, I'm just seeing who's kicking about at the moment. Because I gotta let it trundle through the ads. That's why I'm always super grateful. I don't have to deal with it. Sorry, one of the ads that's frequenting Twitch at the moment, I'm pretty sure they use a lot of AI-generated video in the background, but I can't prove it, and I don't care enough to research it because I don't want to have to look at that advert 20,000 times. That's how you get indoctrinated. Okay, so this was a lovely afternoon. I will definitely put Sniper Killer on the docket because it seems so gloriously cheesy. Like, I have to share that with you all, alright? I don't think I have anything else to add in terms of, like... I thought moving houses was very, very succinct. You know... The house with... the windows are gone, or the house with the windows is gone, was definitely more of a pointed choice. This is a fucking curse. Like... There was definitely a tour of trauma, but ultimately, none of that is ever resolved. Like, and that's why I consider it to be this, like, infinite loop. You know, we're not playing as a person moving house. We are a ghost trapped, you know, with only vague memories. Never anything to bring us comfort, but definitely with memories of the trauma, not the happiness. Who's the baby? We never find out. It's just a generic baby. but it's ours, right? Right? You know, we see no actionable, happy moments of who we were or what family was there. But we're definitely left with the misery of it, you know? We remember the hospital. We remember the infinite work days, you know? But we don't remember the happy Saturdays or the good times. I don't know. With the windows are gone, it balances... Hang on, I need to make sure... Yeah, the windows are gone. Let me give you that link as well, because if you haven't played that one, I think that one is... Yeah, that one's just free. It's kind of a low poly, and rather than moving out, it's about moving in. Honestly, you could kind of do these games as a double header. Moving house followed by the windows are gone. Yeah, I would definitely say it's absolutely worth people's time, and it's free as well, so it's not going to cost you any money. But ultimately, with the windows are gone, it's a story about whether or not you wish to heal or whether you wish to stay. Would you choose the delusion over the truth, you know? Whereas with this, you have no choice. You are always and forever moving houses. Do any of you have any thoughts or things you want to throw in about this? Like, I think I already said pretty well that dad game style gameplay is really good for balancing horror. Like, I don't think I've got anything else to add on that one. Fork Road, that rings a massive bell. Okay. I'll add that to the grand list. Jim, thank you. That one hadn't crossed my feed. But okay, so friends, if you have any thoughts or feels on this one, let me know. Because I'm always down to talk about horror stuff, but I think I'm going to bring our adventures to a little close, because I need a breather. And Lance, I do agree with you that the windows are gone is very much is very intentional with what it's trying to say. But one thing that I've been trying to do, especially when it comes to horror and some like, you know, emotional narrative titles, is to try and treat it with a genuine sincerity. Who are we in the world? What does it mean? What is it saying? Because it's real easy to deconstruct horror games with mechanics, like really easy. Because a lot of the time, you know, mechanically these titles are kind of simple. But it's not about complexity of mechanics. You know, it's about how it makes us feel. You know, why did moving houses feel really powerful and Layers of Fear feels like the dumbest series of jokes, right? They both heavily use like Falstrom culling environmental changes. Like, they're both about, like, shifting environments and your perspectives on them. So how come Layers of Fear is a continuous laughing stock? And that was really fascinating. You know what I mean? And again, it comes down to who you are and the experience you have. Oh yeah, and Lance, I think that's where horror is really interesting to discuss, as we can have different reads. As opposed to with... like, as opposed to Layers of Fear, which goes out of its way to tell you exactly what happened and exactly how you should feel. you know. See, with this one, Jin, I agree with the reader, the medium, in terms of what happened. Like, lost his kid and wife, but also there's no moments where we get to have like the happy memories of it, or any like distinguishing notes of who they were. You know, again, we get Janera baby, and we never see anything of his wife or partner, assuming it's a he, but the character that we're playing as, we never see the wife or partner, and we only see the most generic of babies. Again, that's why I fear that they are the ones trapped. Oh yeah, you know what, Jin, at some point we've just got to have like a proper banter about like horror games and mechanics. And yeah, do you know what, Fred? I think that's a fair read. That the song at the end, you know, it is the character we're playing as yet again he realizes he's back in the loop and welcome home. And then as the session begins again, that's the forgetting of it. That's the loop he's trapped in. Which is again why I choose to kind of see him as a spectre and a spirit himself, rather than as a person trapped. Like, there is nothing the character in Moving Houses can do to progress. Like, there is no getting out of this. There is no freedom from this loop. Sorry, buddy. This is your lot in life now. Aeon says, who is the task giver? I think it's, you know, I think that is the compulsion. I think, you know, if he is a trapped spirit, that is what traps him. He is the one giving himself that, essentially, but for all intents and purposes, it's the Sisyphean task. But yeah, that's, again, it's why I love talking about games like this, is there's so much we can choose to interpret and read into it. If you want to, you can cynic your way out of any horror game. You can pull apart the mechanics, you can pull apart their implementation and the assets until all that you're really left with is a disjointed bucket of, you know, Unity physics and strange ideas. That's why I really, really like to try and treat it with as much sincerity as possible. So, Jin, that's an interesting one. I hadn't considered how we should, like, interpret that. What Jin was saying is that when you're inside the house and shit's on the ceiling or spinning, it's all fucking weird. When you are outside the house, it's always normal. And I don't know, there's something to that. I don't know if it's just our character cannot comprehend of this house being weird. And Aeon, to that point, with Crowded Followed, if you don't engage with the thematics and the character, it is just a don't get grabbed, you know, chase and follow sim. You know, the reason why it hit me so hard is it's very clearly a British tube station. Like, that was created by somebody who has spent a lot of time commuting, and it felt upsettingly authentic. But this was a really good game. And friends, like, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I'm going to do my thank yous. But thank you for coming with me. We didn't get too much out of the full, like, extra boxes mode, aside from that one little, like, reference, which was fun. But also, I don't regret going through it more and examining it more. Like, honestly, I think we could have done it as the the extra boxes mode to start with, and I think it would have been very good. So yeah. Fucking loved this. You are very, very welcome, friend. Alright. So, speaking of protagonists, here's what I can offer you. I can offer you Hyrule's air-to-surface deployed, you know, twink of mass destruction, or I can offer you a Spot the Samus. So have a ponder on where you'd like to go next. Or Zine, go get some sleep. But I do need to say thank yous, alright? I fucking love doing this, and I will forever be telling you this. I love talking about horror games. Just, there's something about how clear the correlation between, like, mechanics and intent and experience all come together. It's a sphere where it's not about winning or losing, and I could happily talk about this shit until the break of dawn, alright? And the reason why I get to do that is because you lot keep me alive, so thank you. Like, I mean, from next week onwards, I'm gonna have to start some of the things I owe you from Slugfest, and there is an ill-fitting Roman outfit that is going to happen. But for today, I need to firstly thank Cake June for the follow. We're creeping towards 5k, so thank you. To Unitax, Unholy Glee, Evil Geek, Big Saxy, Lagmeister, Favor6, Buzzword User, and Immortal N. Whether the silent, unnamed Hunters of House Carl got you, or it was your full 6 years, thank you fucking legends. To Akira Zero, Some Numbers, Baron Von Sheepington III, Bacon Avenger, Punspector, Favor6, Lizzie Tapau, and Shitaru, you all put bits in. That's literal money to keeping this machine going. Thank you. To Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, but also Lizzie Tapau, thank you for being the best mods. I'm a little miffed I didn't manage to get Lizzie with the banana phone, but I'll remember. And last but by no means least, to Restless Roots, thank you so much for a raid, because you trust me with your squad. And it seems that peeps want to do some Samus, so we're going over to Forret Turret. Forret is still working their way through their very first playthrough of Metroid Prime. So, Forret's a lovely individual and actually really good at video games. And Metroid Prime is still to this day a fucking masterclass. So, like, I think that's a pretty good place that we can spend the rest of our Thursday night. Yeah, well, Lance, if you haven't met him, Forret's another Seattleite, so hopefully I can bully peeps into coming to the next sober meet. But I shall let them do their introductions. Friends, fucking thank you. Like, thank you. You legends. Okay? And Lance, I plan to have a great night. You'll do the same. Alright? I will see you tomorrow for Sea of Thieves. Brand new season, brand new toys. So, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Actually, I need to check to see what pirates we got tomorrow. Should be good. But this is me with my brain leaking out of my ears after a day of fucking great banter and good games. Can't say fairer than that. Take care, friendos. I will see you tomorrow. Now. Onward! Yeah, that's a Journey Quest reference. Didn't talk about enough giant robots today, though. I have to change that.